all ye nations, for his merciful kindness is great. Praise Yah, all ye people. Strength of Yah endureth forever.
because you've been good, good to me. My life keeps getting better because you've been good, good to me. When I was lost and couldn't find my way, when I didn't know night from day, when I didn't have a prayer to pray, you were still good, good to me. When all of my hope was gone, when I couldn't tell right from wrong, when I didn't know what was going on, you were still good, good to me. You've been good, good to me. You've been good, good to me. Looking over my life, I can see how you've been good, good to me. You've been good, good to me. So very good, good to me. So much better than I thought you would be. You've been so good, good to me. Each day I'll sing your praises because you've been good, good. good, good to me. You've been good, good to me. You've been so good, good to me. Looking over my life, I can see how you've been good. You've been good. Oh yes, you've been good. So much better than I thought you would be. You've been so good, good to me. Each day I wake up, I will praise you. I will magnify your name for who you are. You are wonderful, Counselor, mighty one. Yahuah Elohim. You are so much more than a blessing. Me, you're everything. You've been good, so very good. Looking over my life, I can see how you've been good, good to me. You've been good, so very good. So much better than I thought you would be. You've been so good, good to me. You've been good, good to me. Yes, you've been good. So much better than I thought you would be. You've been so good, good to me. Yes, you've been good, so very good, good to me. So good to me.
Ever since I took this
Sovereign one, ancient of days, set apart is your name, and humbly I seek your face.
Yahuah. Praises to Yahuah. I want to say Shabbat Shalom to you all, Mashpaka. It is wonderful to be here with you on this Shabbat. It is great to see each and every one of you and to know that Yahuah has brought us together once again, safe and sound, having this opportunity to just bask in His presence today and to enjoy the goodness of Yahuah and to learn from Him through His Word. It is indeed a delight to be here. And we say Tuda Rabbah Yahuah for keeping each and every one of us through this week as we travel the highways, the byways, and in every place that we have had to traverse. Yahuah has certainly been good to us. And so where we fell short of saying Tuda Yahuah, we with one united voice today say Tuda Rabbah for your goodness. Hallelujah. Praise Yahuah. Let me begin here, family, today. I want to go to the book of Tahalim, and then we're going to come back to greeting, meet and greet, so to speak. I want to read from the book of Tahalim, Psalms, chapter 24 today, and I'm going to be putting that on the screen here momentarily. But I'd like to read from the book of Psalms, chapter 24. 23 and 24, as a matter of fact, is where I'd like to begin today as we prepare to go before Yahuah in prayer. Tahalim, Psalms, chapter 23 and chapter 24. Okay, so bear with me while I get that on the screen, and that's where we're going to begin in our fellowship today, reflecting on Tahalim, Psalms, chapter 23. And chapter 24. Okay, and so bear with me here while I get that on the screen. Tahalim 23 and chapter 24 we will read. Yahuah is my shepherd, I do not lack. He makes me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He turns back my being. He restores my being. He leads me in paths of set apartness, Zadaka, for His name's sake. When I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil. For you are with me, your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You spread before me a table in the face of my enemies. You have anointed my head with oil, and my cup runs over. Only goodness and kindness shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of Yahuah to the length of days. Allahu Yahuah. Tahlim 24. Aratz belongs to Yahuah. The earth belongs to Yahuah and all that fills it, the world and those who dwell in it. For he has founded it upon the seas, and upon the waters he does establish it. Who does go up into the mountain of Yahuah, and who does stand in his set-apart place? He who has innocent hands and a clean heart, who did not bring his life to nothing, and did not swear deceivingly. He receives a barakah from Yahuah, and set apartness from the Elohim of his deliverance. This is the generation of those who seek him, Yaakov, who seek your face, Salah. Lift up your heads, O you gates, and be lifted up, you everlasting doors, and let the sovereign of esteem come in. Who is the sovereign of esteem? Yahuah strong and mighty, Yahuah mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O you gates, even lift up, you everlasting doors, and let the sovereign of esteem come in. Who is the sovereign of esteem? Yahuah of hosts. He is the sovereign of esteem. Salah. Halahu Yahuah. Halahu Yah. We give Yahuah praise, honor, and esteem. We say Barakatah be unto you, Yahuah, Halal Huyah. Praise Yahuah. Praise Yahuah. Praise Yahuah. We turn our faces toward his set apart place today as we prepare to be ushered into his great presence. Halal Yahuah. Father, we give you praise, honor, and esteem, because truly there is none like you. We barak your great name today, Yahuah. We come before you with rejoicing, with thanksgiving, and with praise. Abba Yahuah, we say Tudah for keeping us through yet another week, for watching over us and for protecting us. We thank you for your provision and for your favor. Abba Yahuah, we thank you that you have not allowed us to be consumed. Father, that the cares of life have not gotten the best of us, but you continue to show yourself great and mighty in our lives. Halalhu Yahuah. We praise you that you continue to keep our families. Abba, we thank you that you continue to give us strength in the face of sadness and mourning, of grief. Father, in instances where our family, the mashpaka, may be dealing with sickness. Father, we praise you. And you continue to strengthen us, and you continue to carry us through, to see us through. Halal Huyah. And so as we come before you today, Abba, with one voice we barak your great name. You, the sovereign of esteem. We look to the hills from whence comes our help. We know that our help comes from you, Yahuah, creator of Shamayim and Aratz. There is none that compares to you, Abba, whether it be in the Shamayim above or in Aratz below, in the seas or wherever it is that we may consider. There is none like you. There is none that can be compared to you. And so, Father, as we come today, we rejoice in you, and we give thanks, and we praise you. We esteem your great name. We pray, Yahuah, that you would continue to work in us to make us more and more like you. We pray that you would cleanse us, that you would purge us, purify us. Help us to be set apart unto you, Yahuah. Set apart unto Yahuah, so may it be said of us. Father, help us to walk according to your Torah, according to your word, according to your instructions. May the words of our mouth and the things that we meditate on continually be found acceptable in your sight. May we continually be reminded that you are not an Elohim that sleep, but that you are forever watchful. And inasmuch as you are the Elohim of favor, you are the Elohim of compassion, you are the Elohim of mercy, you are the Elohim of empathy, inasmuch as you are all of those, you are to be feared. And so, Abba, help us to live a life that's pleasing to you. May we be found acceptable in your sight as little children. May we make our Father proud. And so, Barak this time, I pray. Barak every household that's represented here today. I pray, Yahuah, that your word would go forth with freshness, and let it go forth with authority. Let it go forth in a way that we can relate to it, Father. I pray, Yahuah, that you would speak to us through your word today. I pray that we would be encouraged by your word, that we would be refreshed and regenerated and restored by your word, and that we would fall in love with you afresh all over again and be energized and charged and ready for a new day and a new week. I pray, Yahuah, that you would barak every household represented here. Barak the children of my brothers and sisters. Barak family members. And I pray, Yahuah, that you would continue to awaken your people. I pray that wherever Yasharal is gathered today, that your favor would be upon them. That your baraka, that your ruach, that you, Yahuah Ruach, would be in our midst. Father, I pray that you would speak to us, that you would unite us. Yahuah, that you would remove from us every and anything that is not like you, that is not of you, and that we may walk according to your way. Do this, we pray. Father, we humbly submit ourselves to you. I decrease, and I ask, Yahuah, I humbly ask that you would increase in me. And Father, that you would use me, that I may be of benefit to your people today. That your word through me, not I, but that your word through me may be beneficial to your people. Halahu Yahuah. So we praise your great name, and we humbly surrender and submit to you. Halahu Yahuah. Praise Yahuah. Once again, we give Yahuah praise, honor, and esteem. Hallelujah. He is great, and he is indeed greatly to be praised. There is truly none like him. There is none like him. Whether we search the heavens above or the earth below, or we search through the annals of history, we can never and will never find any other that is comparable to him. We might find many counterfeit. We might find many claiming to be him. But there is only one him. And there is not even the counterfeit come close. He is indeed matchless. Halahu Yahuah. He is indeed matchless. Family, I'm excited to see each and every one of you on this Shabbat. Certainly I've missed you through the week. Feel like it's been a long week, and so I give Yahuah praise, honor, and esteem for this opportunity to once again assemble with the beloved Mashpaka. And so let me begin by saying Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom to my Akut. It seemed like Akut Yariya does not. She's having some problems there. She seem like she's having some connection problems, so I don't think she's hearing me. Let me say Shabbat Shalom to Akut Yisraela. It's great to see you as always, Akut. Also want to say Shabbat Shalom to my Aki Willie. Great to see you, my Aki, and to my Aki Waraya Matayahu. I want to say Shabbat Shalom to you, Aki. Great to see you, also. Also to my Aki Dani Laidlow. I want to say Shabbat Shalom to you, Aki. Aki, it is great to see you today. Also to Aki Keith, I say Shabbat Shalom to you, Aki. Great to see you. Aki Franklin, greetings to you, Aki, in the great name of Yahuah. Also want to say Shabbat Shalom to Aki Edward. It is wonderful to see you, Aki. Shabbat Shalom to you. And let me just say also to all of your Bayat, to the family that I've greeted already. I am sorry I forgot to mention your Bayat, but Shabbat Shalom not just to the names mentioned, but also to those listening whose names might not be represented on the screen. I want to say Shabbat Shalom to you today. Also want to greet my Akut Carmen. Greetings to you, Akut. Wonderful to see you as always. Shabbat Shalom to you. To my Aki Delayahu, greetings to you, Aki, in the name of Yahuah. To my Akut Amunah, wonderful to see you as always, my beloved Akut. Shabbat Shalom to you and to your Bayat. Also to my Akut Al Yashaba, delighted to see you, Akut. Shabbat Shalom to you. And I'm not sure if Akut Mac is with you there today. I want to say Shabbat. Akut Mac. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom to you, Akut. Praise Yahuah. Great to hear your voice.
Good to hear you too.
Toda.
Thanks, Father, to you.
Praise Yahuah. Praise Yahuah. Toda. Toda.
Praise
I want to say also Shabbat Shalom to Aki Adi Al. Aki Adi Al, it is great to see you, my Aki. Shabbat Shalom to you. And also to my Akut Shar, Akut Sharia, I want to say Shabbat Shalom to you and to your Bayat Akut. To my Aki Rab, I want to say Shabbat Shalom. No, you might not be within the sound of my voice, but if you would just convey that for me, Akut. Also, to 951-544, I'm not sure if maybe Akut Yaria is having some trouble with her computer, it seems, so it may be that she's using a phone line in order to hear. So I want to say, I'm guessing that might be Akut Yaria. If that's the case, I just want to greet my Akut Yaria. Shabbat Shalom to you, Akut. Also, yes, I understand, Akut. I understand. Send, let him know I sent my greetings, Akut, please. To Akut Mahalia, I want to say Shabbat Shalom to you, Akut Mahalia. It is indeed wonderful to see you today, as always. Shabbat Shalom to you, my beloved Akut. Also, I want to say Shabbat Shalom to my Akut Adelaide. Wonderful to see you, Akut, as always. And I don't see Akut Joan yet, but I want to send my greetings. Shabbat Shalom. Also to Akut Renee. Wonderful to see you again, Akut. Shabbat Shalom to you. And also greetings to you, Akut Jeanette, in the name of Yahuah. Hallelujah. Family, it is indeed wonderful to be here. I want to turn my attention to YouTube. And also, let me just greet 520-788, the phone line there. On the phone line, greetings in the name of Yahuah. Shabbat Shalom. Okay, now let me turn my attention to YouTube. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. Give me just a second. Bear with me here. Okay, to the family on YouTube, I greet you in the name of Yahuah. I want to say Shabbat Shalom to my Akut Kaya. Greetings to you, Akut. Wonderful to see you as always. Also to Aki Damon, I want to say Shabbat Shalom to you, Aki. Wonderful to see you again. Also to Akut Carmen there. Akut Carmen is also joining us via YouTube. Akut Angela, greetings to you, Akut Angela. Wonderful to see you. And to Praise Yahuah and to Rhema 8, I want to say Shabbat Shalom. And also to all of the family who are listening on YouTube, whose names are not represented on the screen. To you and to your Bayat, I want to say Shabbat Shalom. Also want to greet the family listening in on from Facebook. Wherever you are across the world today, I want to greet you in the great name of Yahuah. Greetings to you, family. Shabbat Shalom to you all. Wherever you're scattered, greetings to you in Yahuwah's name. It is wonderful to have you. So I believe we have. I can't see everybody that's on Facebook unless something is said. I don't see everyone, but I see John Foe, and I see Aki John Foe. I see Akut Asia Williams, and Akut Asia. If I'm not mistaken, Akut Asia is in Trinidad and Tobago. I want to greet you, Akut, and the island of Trinidad. I want to greet you in the name of Yahuah. Also to my Aki, Adonaiah Ben Yahakab, I want to say Shabbat Shalom to you, my Aki. Greetings to you, Aki, in the name of Yahuah. Wonderful to have you in our fellowship today, and looking forward to just having a wonderful fellowship with the people of Yahuah and in His Word. So, family, it is great. It's great to be here today. I'm going to turn my attention now back to Fuse. And unfortunately, if you're joining us via YouTube or Facebook, you don't have the opportunity of coming to the mic. It doesn't allow you to come to the mic. But for the family on Fuse, I like to each week, for the most part, whenever I come here, I always like to remind everyone that I don't come here simply because I want to hear myself speak, or because I simply like to talk. Number one, I do what I do because it is something that Yahuah has put in me to do. But not only that, just as much as you look for the fellowship, I look for the fellowship. Just as much as you look for the encouragement from Yahuah's word and from His people, I look for that encouragement. We are a scattered people. We are a scattered people, and we are a people who is being brought together by Yahuah, and so as this happens, we need one another. We go through many things on a daily basis, and on a weekly basis, on a local basis, and on a national basis, and we go through things in our home. We go through things on a community basis, and so we face many things. We have many experiences, and those experiences, family, is what shape our testimonies, you see. And testimonies is what encourage, and it's what build us, and it's what strengthens us, and it's what prepares us for the next leg of the journey. And so I believe that it is important to give Yahuah esteem for what He has done in our lives to this point, and also we praise Him for what He will do and what He continues to do. And so I believe that it's important to give esteem to Yahuah, but also to share those experiences so that they may encourage somebody else who might feel as if they're in a situation and that it is unique to them. Because you know what, family, at the end of the day, our experiences are quite similar. Many of us, or just about all of us here, if we should ask each other about how it is that we came to a knowledge of Yahuah, we will find that we share the same testimony in great respects. We'll find that we share the same testimony. It may be that you was in church, and the pastor, it came a point where what the pastor was saying was your eyes became open, and you realize that what the pastor is saying and what he is hooping and hollering about does not line up with what's in the text, you see. And so you begin to feel hungry. You begin to feel as if you need to be fed. You begin to feel as if you're in a desert place where you are being starved. And so as a desire developed for meat, a desire developed for substance. It may have started for you when you realized that all of these holidays that we have been so busy spending ourselves broke on and spending what we don't have, trying to keep up with everybody else and thinking that that is the pinnacle of happiness. If I could just pull off the next Christmas, and if I could just pull off the next New Year's Eve party, and if I could just do this, and if I could just do that, and being on the treadmill, being on the wheel, If I could just make it to the next holiday, then it would be all right. And then it comes a point where we realize, where Yahuah opened our eyes to the stupidness of what we were doing. And it caused us to realize that we really didn't realize that what we were doing was we were blind following the blind, you see. And somebody somewhere was sitting back counting our dollars and our pennies, and becoming richer and fatter off of us, and we go to work just to make them more and more wealthy by trying to string along for their holidays and their this and their that. So Yahuah unplugged us. It may be that for some, and all of us, I believe, can relate to any one of those testimonies. You see, the awakening is real. The awakening is real, you see. And as the awakening happens, we have the same experiences because we are the same people affected by the same bondage. And Yahuah is awakening his people out of that. So for that reason, even as the awakening continues, and as we continue to navigate this path in this captivity, it is a treacherous landscape. We have all kinds of pitfalls. We have all kinds of obstacles. And outside of the obstacles that's out there, then we have ourselves also. We got to contend with ourselves. We got to fight with this flesh that has become so accustomed. The only thing it knows are the lies and the filth that it was born into. Imagine this, family, that you were in a birth canal, that you were in a womb where all that surrounded you, in all of your developing stages, all that surrounded you in that womb was filth. Your umbilical cord was tied to the cesspool. And so, even in the womb, you had a constant ingestion of filth. And then you came out of that womb. You were birthed now from the womb into the bigger cesspool environment. And then you spent your years from childhood to adulthood. You spent your years developing in this cesspool. You see, anything that you eat long enough will begin to become tasty, and your body will learn how to adapt to it. Now, when that thing is bad for you, and you come to a point where you realize that it's bad for you, and now you're trying to wean yourself from it, that's where the challenge comes in. Now you're trying to wean yourself from the nasty, but the nasty does not want to let go of you. And the problem is that you have something called the flesh that loves the nasty, you see. And so because the flesh loves the nasty, but the ruach that you now have in you, because Yahuah says, behold the day comes, Yahuah, behold the day comes, says Yahuah, when I will do a new work in you, when I will make a new contract with you, my people, Yashar, where I will put myself in you, where I will put my ruach in you, and I will write my Torah upon your heart. You see, behold, that day comes. And we are in that day where the ruach of Yahuah, where Yahuah now literally reside in his people. And so now we have Yahuah residing in us, but we have the flesh with this constant desire to go back to the filth that it was incubated in. And so that too is a struggle. And so you see, for us on a daily basis, and on a weekly basis, and on a national basis, and on a local basis, on a community basis, and even in your own house, there are times, even in your own family, it can become quite challenging. But Yahuah is delivering us all through it all, right? And so for that we have testimonies, and our testimonies, our experiences serve to encourage others, to let you know that your experience is not limited only to you, but be encouraged, Aki, be encouraged, Akut, because I'm going through it too. But and maybe what you're going through, Yahuah, I've been through that. Yahuah brought me through it, and because He brought me through it, I know that He will bring you through it too. You see, so I just want to open up the mic, family, to the family. Just as much as I want to hear your voice, as you might want to hear me, I certainly want to hear you. Let me go to my Aki, laid low. Aki Danny Al, please go ahead, Aki.
Can I be heard, Mr. McCall?
Yes, you can, Aki, nice and clear.
Tuda. Shabbat Shalom, Mr. McCall.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, I want to come in and co-sign with you, Akid. Because I'm pretty sure we all go through, but it's just amazing how you will continue to keep us and give us strength throughout the week to endure and to be able to come together and fellowship and share our testimonies.
Yes, indeed.
I just wanted to, I wanted to read a scripture that keeps me, keep me kind of focused. Well, not kind of focused, but very focused. And it's a stiff reminder, of what we're looking forward to. So I just want to share with Mr. McCall. Kazum, Revelations chapter 22, verse 15, and it said, but outside of the dogs and those who enchant with drugs and those who whore and the murderers and the idolaters and all who love and do falsehood, and let me go back to 14. I want to make sure I read 14. But it said, Baruch are those doing His commands, so that the authority shall be theirs until the tree of life, to enter through the gates into the city. And that's a big encouragement to me because it keeps me reminded of what not to do and what to do in order to make it to the expectation that's set before us. So I just want to give encouragement to the Mr. McCall, to keep standing. And even though we go through what we go through on a daily basis, who are faithful, and He give us the ability, the natural ability to overcome. So let's be thankful, y'all, and have a good Shabbat. Tuda, Aki, for the mic.
Tuda Rabbah for sharing, Aki. Tuda Rabbah. I see Aki, and that's a wonderful text, Aki, one of my favorite to reflect upon. And so Tuda for the reminder of that. Yes. I think it speaks of the liar and different and other things. That's Revelation, Katsun, chapter 22, beginning at verse 14. Okay, I see my Aki Matatyahu. Please go ahead, Aki.
Shabbat Shalom, Mishpachah.
Shabbat Shalom to you, Aki.
I just want to co-sign on also what you were saying and co-sign on Aki Laylo. And I just want to grateful and thankful, glad to be here with Mishpachah. Struggle is real. We all know that.
Hallelujah.
Like you said, I really do, as we all do. We look forward to our fellowship and encourage one another and get lessons that get us through the rest of the day and through the week and till the next time we meet. So Yahuah returned.
Praise Yahuah. Praise Father. Praise Yahuah. Hallelujah. To the Rabbah for sharing, Aki. And indeed, the struggle is real. The struggle is real, and it's important that we not kid ourselves into thinking there is no struggle. You see, and here's the thing about the struggle. The adversary, and your adversary is not just a spiritual foe, but every struggle is spiritual. Every struggle is spiritual. But Christianity might have us think that your only adversary is an adversary unseen, is a spiritual adversary, but you have is an invisible adversary, but we have very visible adversaries also. And the struggle is real. And so we must not kid ourselves into thinking that you don't have a physical foe also, in as much as you have a foe that you do not see. We have both. But here's the thing about the adversary. If you look at Yahusha, when he allowed himself to be led into a desert place, into a barren place, into a wilderness, where he was tempted by the adversary. When the adversary came at him with the temptation, the adversary did not come at him tempting him with things that he knew would have been a stretch for him to do. When the adversary tempted him concerning food, he did not tempt him knowing that there was no means for him to get the food. But he tempted him with things whereby he knew that it was easy for him to reach. It was within his grasp. And so, when the temptation comes, it's always going to be, you're always going to be tempted with what's at your arm's length, with what's within your reach. You see, you're going to be tempted with convenience. You're going to be tempted with convenience, you see. Because if it's not convenient, then temptation wouldn't work, you see. So the adversary tempts you with convenience. And so, that's the thing. Sometimes it comes so easy. He makes it so easy because his hope is that you will fall right into the trap. And so we've got to be on guard. We've got to be on alert. Because convenience can be our downfall, right? Let me go to Aki Willie. Wonderful to see you, Aki.
Shabbat shalom, Mashpaka.
Shabbat shalom to you, my Aki.
Like always grateful to Yahuah, giving them all praise and esteem for Barak giving us another day to build a blessing, praise his name. I was just thinking, I was just like, sometimes, because I was listening to your past lessons, and sometimes we wonder why we go through certain things, and sometimes we might ask, like, why this and why that, and it was just bringing up something that you were saying.
Let me see if I can find where that's coming from. Okay, go ahead, Aki.
It was just bringing up something that you were talking about in one of your lessons, saying if Yahuah knew that we could not go through it, then chances are we wouldn't be going through it. Yes. So sometimes we'd be asking why this and why that, and while we're going through this trial and while we're going through this type of pain, and why did this sickness or this disease had to come upon us. But if we continue to believe and have our faith in Yahuah, then we know that for surely we know that we can be able to get through the issue regardless of what it is that we're dealing with. And we saw that we can deal with past situations regardless of how strenuous and how hard it was. We know that whatever test could come upon us next, we'll always be able to get through it through the power of Yahuah, because we know that he's stronger in us than we are of ourselves. So I just wanted to just say that, and just tell the Mashpaka to continue to stay encouraged, and I'll go ahead and release the mic, and Shabbat Shalom.
Praise Yahuah, and Tuda Aki for an awesome word of encouragement and reminder. When we stand, it is important for us to remember that we do not stand by ourselves, that Yahuah stand with us. And not only does Yahuah stand with us, but as Shahul put it, he reminds us that we have a great cloud of witnesses. A great cloud of witnesses. What is that great cloud of witnesses? That great cloud of witness include Masha, it include Aharun, it include Yahusha the son of Nun, it include Yahu, it include Yahu, it include Yahu, it include Amos, it include all of our forerunners, even those whose names are not highlighted in the scriptures, those who have lived for Yahuah over the centuries, you see. on over many years. That great cloud of witness, who Yahuah brought them through the fire. Those who Yahuah, while they were being fed to lions, and while they were being put to death for the name of Yahuwah's sake, yet he did not forsake them. You see, so we are surrounded with a great cloud of witnesses. When we are tempted to just fall back into self mode, when we're tempted to just fall back into self mode, again, because our greatest adversary is self. Our greatest adversary is self. Forget who's out there. Forget what's out there for the moment. But our greatest adversary is self. Our greatest adversary is self. And we have to understand that. Because you see what the adversary does, again, I want to go back to this. What the adversary does is when the adversary plots his schemes, to bring you down, he is already in his planning, he plans in such a way that he figures, okay, I'm going to do this, and hopefully he's going to do that, or she's going to do that, and if I do this, and he does that, and she does that, then voila, my scheme worked. You see, so even with the adversary, self plays a very important role. And so the greatest adversary is self. You see, so whatever it is that he might throw at us, whatever it is that comes at us, what's going to determine the full outcome is how we respond. You see? And whether or not we choose to go back to who we used to be is going to be up to self. Are we going to determine that we're going to seek to press forward to become more and more set apart unto Yahuwah? Or are we going to come to a place where we're going to decide that, you know what, to digress is better? To go back to who I was is better. The temptation might be there to go back to who you were, but all you got to do is stop, take a minute, and look back before you get back there. Look back to where you came from before you go back there. Stop and look around. Look back to where you came from before you decide to continue to walk back down there. You see. And if you would just look back to where you came from, then you would realize that there was a reason why you left that place. Now, if there was a reason why you left that place, why would you want to go back to that place? You see. And so we got to understand that the greatest adversary is self. And when we learn to put to death the deeds of the flesh and its desires, when we learn to not to thrive on imaginations, vain imaginations, because you see, self has a way of coming up with rosy imaginations, and that's all it is. It's just imaginations, images in the head. You see, that's what imagination is. Images in the head, images in the mind, not real. They're images, vain images. You see, intended to take you backwards. And so we would just look back at what we have been delivered from. When flesh says, you know what, let me just go back to this place because it was good. No, don't go with what the flesh is telling you. Look at the evidence. You see, take stock of what it was as opposed to where you are today, and determine, do I want to go back there, or do I want to make the hard choice of marching forward? Praise Yahuwah. May Yahuwah strengthen us to keep marching forward. Let me go to my Aki Delayahu. Please go ahead, Aki.
Oh, shit.
Yes, we hear you now, Aki.
Shalom, Mashpikar. I hope everybody's doing well today. I just want to take a little minute to praise Yahuwah. You know, I had the privilege to be able to introduce a good friend of mine to Yahuah and the truth. And you
Praise
know,
Yahuwah.
I planted the seed a little while ago, and I occasionally went to till the ground. And like you were telling me earlier, was sometimes if you overwater it, the plant will die. So I
Yes.
left it there,
Yes.
and hallelujah, Yahuwah, he's come around and he's in it now and he's being awakened now. So I like to say congratulations. I was hoping he'll be able to join us today. His name is Gansey. Um, we always would sit around the job. Always talk about scripture anyway. So it's like the church that I was in, I helped him join that church because he was conscious already, but it's like he got lost over the ways because he started incorporating different types of things like Egyptology and start considering some of the Islamic stuff and African culture and stuff like that. So he was in the vicinity, but he wasn't in on Yahuwah yet. So
Yes.
now he's everything's starting to make sense now. So he's in it. So the only thing he has to do now is pretty much uh bring his wife on his biat on board. She's supportive, but she's just scared because the strong delusion
Yes.
have her thinking that the blessings that they ran into after joining the church,
Yes.
she's scared that they're going to lose all those blessings and things like that. 'Cause,
Yes.
I had to explain to her is that basically what Yahuwah has for you, he has for you.
Yes, indeed.
It's not the church because the church is within the body for one.
Yeah.
And so I want to give praise to Yahuwah for that because I love it when people who are close to me become awakened. Also, Aki, I just have a couple of questions for you that have been running through my mind earlier this week. I was reading Song of Solomon and read up on Solomon a little bit, and I had a question. Were back then in those days were I read the scriptures and they was making it where I got an interpretation that to be dark skinned was like like looked down upon or almost like how it is now. So what is like in slavery back then also for him to
Yes.
say look at my skin is burnt by the sun and do not um, look down on me and stuff like that. It's kind of it's kind of giving me the mindset like the other races look down on us then too because of how you put it. And was that the situation? Um, and I had something else, but I'll just stop right there. Now I'll try to remember the other questions and hit you during our break. I'm
Yes.
listening to Mike. Thanks for listening.
Praise Yahuwah, Ki Tada Rabbah for an encouraging testimony. And I'm glad you said a lot of things there. That was just wonderful and truly indeed a baraka. And I'm glad you said again. You repeated again what we talked about in the past when we seek to reach out to people. When we seek to reach our people, a people who have been in a deep sleep, a people who have been affected very, very badly, physically and spiritually. And again, everything physical has a spiritual root to it, you see. But and talking about watering the seed and being careful not to overwater it because too much water will kill it. In just as much as the water can help it grow, you overwater it, you can also kill it. And so praise Yahuwah. I give Yahuwah praise, honor, and esteem for that testimony of another of our Aki coming to the knowledge of Yahuwah, and the knowledge of who he is in Yahuwah, and according to Yahuwah, how Yahuwah views him. We give Yahuwah praise, honor, and esteem for that. Now concerning what you asked about there in the book of Songs there, Aki, what it is, that's translated from a viewpoint of race, right? The translators who were racist translated from a viewpoint of race. But the point that's being made is not about the color. It's not about race, but about hardship, you see. In other words, what's being said is that you might look down on me. So when it says talked about being blackened by the sun. It's not from the perspective of that now I'm super black, but because of the hardships that she has experienced through life. So you have been in a more privileged place than I. I've been in a less privileged place, and for that reason, you might think twice. You might think twice about taking me to be your Asha. You see, but please do not let my hard life experiences dissuade you. You see, from owning from taking me to be your Asha. You see, so it's really not about race. It's really not even about the skin color. It's more about what the appearance suggests, what the appearance says. It's really talking about, yes, because they were all dark skinned, as it were. But again, we have in our society today, and have been for some time, where you have people, you have the paper bag test. So you have black people today who are as crazy as this might sound, who are racist against other black people because they're a shade lighter than the other person. And you have darker skinned people who don't like lighter skinned people. And there's a whole history behind all of this madness, behind all of this this dysfunction. There's a history behind it, and that the root of all of that is what was put into our heads by the slave masters. But from that perspective of the Song of Songs, that's not the perspective that Yahuah, that the servant of Yahuah speaks from there, which is really Yahuah speaking about Yashar Al. That's what that text is really all about, you see. So it wasn't about race, it was more about life experience, you see. So that's really what that was about, Aki. And hopefully you had something?
No. He was saying that was the main verse he was speaking of, that Aki, I guess Aki Franklin posted it. So is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
I just was telling you to make sure, because I know.
Yeah, Aki Franklin posted the verse, yeah. Yes. So that's what that was the issue there, Aki. Now let's go to Aki Laidlaw, Aki Daniel. Please go ahead, my Aki. And by the way, let me greet everyone who has joined us since the greetings went out. I want to say Shabbat Shalom to you all, Mashpaka. And I see some comments there on YouTube also. I'll get to them in a moment. And indeed, it is a beautiful Shabbat where I'm at, and probably where many of you are. Just a nice day outside. Please go ahead, Aki Laidlaw, Aki Daniel.
Okay, I was just reflecting on from how we started and the testimonies, and from what the question he just asked. How it's all transparent to each other about the struggle that she went through, but she still loved it, and it made me think about what we talked about earlier as far as the struggle, because a lot of people that come into. I know when I first came into the walk, I had these high expectations, but it was a lot of like setbacks and failures.
Yeah.
And for some people that can be discouraging.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But those setbacks and them failures is really what help us to get up and want to do better. You know what I'm saying? And want to say that, hey, I tried, but I ain't gonna fail. I ain't gonna stop. I'm gonna keep on going and keep seeing what it leads to, and then end up producing a better character in us.
Indeed.
So it makes perfect sense with that scripture that he asked about. Was talking about. We say I'm dark, but I'm lovely, because even though I've been through these situations, look what it's producing. So look what the fruit that it's producing. I think that's just beautiful. So I just want to reflect on that.
That is beautiful. That's beautiful, Aki, and I'm glad you point that out because our experiences are there to polish us. You see, the friction and the hardships that we go through, what they're actually doing, they're refining us, they're strengthening us, they're polishing us. You see, they're making us who Yahuah intend for us to be. And so that's just a beautiful thing, and you're so right, Aki. What he asked, it's just so on point in regards to what we're talking about. And so we praise Yahuah for those experiences. We praise Yahuah for the adversary, because what Yahuah does is Yahuah uses the adversary to get his people to where they need to be. Yahuah uses the adversary and adversarial situations to rebuff us, to polish us, to chastise us. And we're going to see that even when we go to the book of Mashali, Proverbs chapter 13 today. All right, let me go to Yahuah my Redeemer. Halal Yahuah, I like that. Yahuah my Redeemer. Yahuah is our Redeemer. No other Redeemer but him. Halal Yah. Please go ahead, Yahuah my Redeemer. Yes, indeed, Akut. No trials, no testimony. All right. Let me see. I might have to unmute your mic for you, Yahuah, my Redeemer. Let me.
Oh, that's me.
Oh. Oh. You had your flag up?
I did.
Okay.
The question I had was, you see, going back to the scripture that God shared about Akidanya, about outside or the people that do drugs and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't smoke, but I know there's a lot of people who consider themselves, well, I don't know. Some of the guys that, they call them those Power Ranger looking guys.
Mm-hmm.
Those dudes look like they smoke.
Yeah, some of them do. Mm-hmm.
Now, they believe that they will be the ones that's in the cities.
Mm-hmm.
And would marijuana be considered one of those considered a drug? That was just a thought.
Okay.
Yes, people I don't know. Okay, I don't want to offend nobody because somebody might dress like that, so I'm sorry. Because he did the life.
Mm-hmm.
So, but would marijuana be considered, a drug, whereas people think that, they're going to be in the city and they not. They actually doing something they told them not to do.
Okay. All right. So concerning marijuana, marijuana is a drug because the U.S. government hypocritically dubbed it a drug. They have one patent that's been in place for marijuana has been illegal for 75 years. Somebody might think it's always been illegal, but the U.S. government criminalized marijuana 75 years ago, at which point they called it an illegal drug, a Schedule 1 drug, which means that it is just as dangerous as any other drug out there that kills you. And that itself is propaganda and lies. So marijuana is known as a drug because the U.S. government, along with England, came together and said that we're going to call it a drug. Now, about 15 years after they criminalized marijuana and called it a drug, and used that law against black people. About 15 years after, black people and black countries, they used that law against black people and black countries. About 15 years after they criminalized it, called it a drug, they took out a medical patent on marijuana. So while they called it a drug, an illegal drug, that could kill you, which is false. They then go and take out a medical patent, calling it medicine. So to them and for them, in one regards, it's medicine. In another regard, it's an illegal drug. Okay. Now, so marijuana is not. It's not a drug. It's a medicine created by Yahuah, but not to be abused as many people today abuse it. Some people consume marijuana, whether they're smoking it or whatever they're doing with it. They're consuming it just from the perspective of abuse. You see, trying to gratify the flesh, not really with any purpose. You see, anything that you do without purpose becomes vanity, becomes vain. And Yahuwah's word says, vanity upon vanity, all is vanity. And vanity bring the vexation of Yahuwah. When you act in vanity, when you act vainly, you're going to invite the wrath of Yahuwah. Because when you act vainly, when you act in vanity, basically what you're doing now is you're mistreating and you're taking things that Yahuwah created with purpose, you're making them of none effect, right? You are making them common, right? You're profaning them. And so while the government, they're some of the biggest hypocrites that exist, even in their actions when it comes to marijuana. You do have people out there who they're acting vainly when it comes to marijuana. Yes, marijuana have a purpose, but a lot of these people running around smoking it and consuming it, they're only doing it to gratify the flesh. And if you're living for the flesh, Yahuwah says meat for the belly and belly for the meat, but Yahuwah will destroy them both. So if you're living for the flesh, if all you're doing is living for the flesh, you and your greedy flesh, your selfish flesh will be destroyed. You see. And so yes. No, that cocaine comes from the poppy plant. Opium, I believe opium is a different plant, right? Opium.
So when he speaks of drugs in here, what is he talking about?
When who speak of drugs?
In the scriptures, when Yahuwah says drugs.
Yahuwah don't talk about drugs.
No. He just said those that smoke, do drugs will not be in the city.
No, that's translation.
Oh, okay. That was my next question. Is that just translation?
Yeah.
So then what should be there?
I'd have to look at it again, but that not every translation even say that.
So it don't say.
No.
Oh my goodness.
But you see, again, what we have to understand, family, is that everything that Yahuwah create, He created with purpose. When we use it out of vanity, when we use it without purpose, then that's vanity. It means then that we are vain, we're empty. We're empty-minded, we're emptied spiritually, we're just empty. And all we're doing is living for the flesh. And when you're living to gratify the flesh, Yahuwah says, meat for the belly, belly for the meat, and Yahuwah will destroy them both. So if all you're doing is living for the flesh, you will see destruction. And a lot of these people out there smoking marijuana, they're only doing it for the flesh. They might come up with lame reasons and excuses. But if you don't have a purpose for using it, then you're only gratifying the flesh. I mean, a real purpose, a genuine purpose, then you're only gratifying the flesh. You see. All right. Now, all right. Yes, from the cocoa plant. Right. Mm-hmm. That's opium. Opium. Yeah. And that's found especially in Asia. What they call. Go ahead, Aki.
Yeah, opium. I'm right over there with that stuff. Opium is grown in Afghanistan. That's that cat crop.
Yes.
It comes from a plant, and it buds up, and they scrape it, and a white milky substance comes out, and they let it dry in the sun, and then they scrape it, and that's the opium. And then they'll process it and turn it into heroin, morphine, and so forth like that. You know, because morphine comes from the poppy plant also. It's refined from heroin to make the morphine. And opium, well, you know, because the opium, once you let it dry up, and then you can smoke the opium. That was a great thing going on the 1600s back in China. And the big rebellion back in China. But it's also grown, and mainly is grown in Afghanistan, Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, those areas.
Yes.
Where it's grown. And like I said, they scrape the bud, it dries up, it turns brown when it dries up. They scrape it, that's the opium. Then they'll smoke it, or they'll take it to another stage of processing it into the heroin.
Yeah.
And then they'll process it again and make the morphine.
Yeah. To that, Aki, and that's you're exactly right.
That's a perfect example of how they take something that they'll take it and put it in the scriptures and say drugs, okay, and then make the very thing that's an actual plant a bad thing, and then make it seem like you're doing a bad thing and you won't inherit the kingdom because you do this when it doesn't even belong there. And number two, it's a plant. It comes from a plant. So what are you talking? That's wicked.
Yeah. Now, to put it in context, and Akut Kayla just mentioned this, and which is true, that what the text speak about, it speaks about witchcraft is actually what it speaks about, which can be translated as sorcery, witchcraft, right? Now. When witchcraft, when you look at drugs, and the work that goes into creating some of these drugs, they're absolutely certainly, for the lack of a better terminology here, they're certainly demonic, right? Can be, okay?
Yes, you see the stuff that people are posting on Facebook, how it is causing people to really act crazy.
Right. You have people that are inspired. You have people that create these drugs that are inspired by fallen ones. Okay? They're inspired by, again, for the lack of they're inspired by evil spirits. Okay? They're inspired by, tell me something. How else would somebody be able to make 10 different drugs that causes you to behave in 10 different ways without having higher knowledge? They craft these drugs. They put them together, know what ingredients to put with what, and know that it's going to cause this person to want to kill his baby, that one to want to kill his mother, the other one to want to strip himself naked, the other one to want to jump off a cliff, the other one to want to run and scream and shout. And you could name it. They can make drugs to cause people to behave exactly the way they want them to behave. That comes from witchcraft. You see?
So would you say that the Indians were doing witchcraft? Because
yes.
They would say that, open your mind up, and then they see the spirits,
and that is witchcraft.
Animals,
yes,
eagles, and birds.
Yes, that is witchcraft. That is witchcraft. So again, that's where you're using Yahuwah's creation out of vanity. You see what I'm saying?
Hey.
Yes, go ahead, Aki.
Yes, I'm sure a few of us read it, but if we read the book of Chinook, it explains right there how the Watchers, the fallen ones, had taught man how the cutting of root was the sorcery and counteract enchantments. All that stuff was plant life that they were using and so forth like that.
Exactly.
So yeah, all that stuff. I tell people that when man came in, when Yahuwah created us, that we came into this world knowing only at first knowing only of Yahuwah, Adam, knowing of Yahuwah, and then Hashatan came along, and now he wants to put his influence into our mind. So we don't have the creativity of thinking of creating our own thoughts or imaginations. All that stuff is suggestions given to us either from the Ruach or from Hashatan.
That's right.
And I mean that's basically it.
That's right.
I mean we can't. Where are we getting? Where are we getting our ideas, our thoughts, imaginations, that kind of stuff? Where are we getting it from?
That's right. That's right.
We had no need for those things, no way. Because we didn't have sickness in our bodies during those times. And it wasn't until sin came along, the flesh came along, and now we had to have a cure for this and had to have a cure for that. That's the medical aspect of it. But like you're saying, just using things, for pure vanity.
Yeah. Yes. So that like a key Yahu just mentioned. So you go back to the book of Hanuk and you see the root of it. That's where the fallen ones. Again, that's the deal that Shaitan made with mankind, right? Shaitan includes the fallen ones, right? They say, listen, we can make you wiser than Yahuwah. Okay, don't you want to be wiser than Yahuwah? Don't you want to actually take over his reign? How about you side with us? And we're going to give you the knowledge to do all these things. Last week we talked about the pyramids a little bit. And the kind of knowledge that it took to build the pyramids. That's no light feat. Where did that knowledge come from? It came from the fallen ones. Today, they don't know. They don't know, so they say aliens. Okay? They're the fallen ones. They're servants of Yahuwah who rebelled against their creator. And they came to the earth and they corrupted mankind. You see. And so these are the same fallen ones who gave man all this knowledge to create all of these drugs, which again is witchcraft. Okay, now I want to say something here, because in everything we can overdo stuff. We can become vain in our doing, and we can become vain in our thinking. And what happened is, because of the fact that, yes, because we know that drugs and certain drugs are definitely witchcraft. Now, some people say you should take no medication whatsoever, that it's all witchcraft. I don't I don't believe that to be true. Again, when you're doing something out of vanity, when you're creating out of vanity, yes, you're into witchcraft, right? But I believe that even once mankind fell, your body was going to be sick. And Yahuah also give knowledge for the healing of the body. Okay? And I'm not talking about medication like some medications like they create today that have no natural source. You see? But Yahuah gave natural medications to his people. You see? And so even though the fallen ones, because the knowledge that the fallen ones gave to the people was out of natural sources. They showed them what roots to use to create what. You see, but the thing is, they're dabbling in witchcraft. They're hallucinating, interacting with a realm beyond ourselves, taking them into another dimension that is also very real. You see, but you got to open the door to get to that dimension. And so when people take these drugs and you say that they're hallucinating, we say they're hallucinating. No, they're interacting with another level. They're in a realm of wickedness that our eyes have not been open to. You see. But the messengers of that realm now have control of them because they let themselves into that realm. And so it's witchcraft. So Aki Franklin had just posted some information, and in Greek, pharmacy, as we know, comes from a Greek deity known as Pharmaika. Okay? And now let me just read some of what a lot have been posted on the board. I'm just going to read a little bit. Aki Franklin posted this. I see your flag there too, Aki Matatyahu. I'm going to come right back to you. Pharmacy, look up pharmacy at dictionary.com, late 14th century. A medicine from Old French. Pharmacie, spelled F-A-R-M-A-C-I-E, a purgative, 13th century. From medieval Latin, pharmacia. From Greek, let me see, where am I at? From Greek, pharmakia, used of drugs. Medicine, pharmakia or pharmaika, is a Greek deity, a sun deity. Okay? Use of drugs, medicines, potions, or spells, poisoning, witchcraft, remedy, cure, from pharmakios, feminine pharmakis, preparer of drugs, poisoner, sorcerer, from pharmakon, drug poison, filter, charm, spell, enchantment, meaning use or administration of drugs is attested from c. 1400, that of place where drugs are prepared, so on and so forth. Basically, so when the Greeks, their understanding of medicine is that the knowledge of medicine comes from this mighty one. You see? This mighty one. And what we should know is that when a doctor takes an Hippocratic oath, is what they call the oath that they take, an Hippocratic oath, they take an oath to that mighty one. When a doctor takes an Hippocratic oath, they take an oath to that mighty one, saying that all knowledge comes from that mighty one. So it's a continuation of what we see going all the way back to the book of Hanuk, where man made a deal with the adversary, and the adversary says, listen, I'm going to make you wiser than Yahuah. So now what do you see the doctors doing? Just the other day, they mixed 3 different DNAs together to create a baby. Okay? 3 different people's DNA. They took 3 different sperms, put them together, 2 sperms and an egg from 3 different people, put them together, and they formed a baby from that. And you know what they called themselves? They didn't say that they manipulated the sperm and the eggs, the DNA of 3 people. to bring about a baby, what they proudly pat themselves on the back and said that we created the first human being having 3 different parents. They patted themselves on the back and they said, we are the creator. You see, we are the creator. And that's what this is about for them, putting themselves above Yahuah. They want to be known as the creator. So yes, there is a witchcraft and idolatry in that. But again, we need, whatever we do, anything that we do, and everything that we do can quickly become evil when our intent and our purpose is vain, when our intent and our purpose is not centered in and on Yahuah. Okay? Yes.
Aki?
Yes, go ahead, Aki.
Yeah, Shabbat Shalom to everyone, and I'm listening in on all this, and it is awesome, and it's a good conversation. It's good that we're learning all this and getting all this, and it's always good that Yahuah leads us to conversations that we need, that is necessary.
Yeah.
I was going to say, while we're talking about this, that kind of put me in the mind of what's been going on with the Dr. Sabi situation, and I saw on Good Morning America the other day about this church that was online. Apparently, they said that they had a cure for cancer and breast cancer, and come to find out, the people came and investigated it and took some of the so-called miracle potion, whatever they had, and found out that it was chlorine in it. And they was making, I guess, thousands of dollars because they were selling it online, I believe, and people were buying it. Now, they didn't say anyone died yet, but they basically, I guess, they took it and they was and tested it, and that kind of put me in mind what we're talking about now about the a lot of people thinking they can find the cure, and they going. These people were Catholics, so they thinking they are doing the work of the Creator, and because who they follow, the sun deity. So that kind of put me in mind a little bit of what Dr. Sabi was doing, even though he found certain things that were actually accurate, and they put him in jail, and then the man all of a sudden gets pneumonia and dies off. So the thing about that is, I've been wanting to ask a question on what's kind of getting me is these people going around saying that we shouldn't eat meat at all. And I keep on going back to the scripture and studying and showing and saying, wait, did y'all forget? Did y'all read it? And I know sometimes it could be the translators that confuse us. But I kind of been studying that, and I just wanted to, if you have time, to kind of go through that as well, because that's kind of connecting with this a little bit too, because about the herbs and eating the natural food, and I know in this place where we at, in this corrupt place, a lot of the meat they are tampering with, and they're making it, even the meat that we're supposed to eat, making it unclean. So it's because it's a point of you growing your own food, pretty much.
Yes.
So I believe that at a point you might have to go what you call vegetarian because of how they're doing the meat if you ain't growing it. But what I was saying is, it's like he was one of those people that it's like he was a mighty one, even though he would say, oh, it was from God and all that, and he was kind of quoting scripture, but yet it was some things that was left out. So that's why I was like, whoa, wait. Even though he's got all this, like what I'm going ahead and put this out here right now, what I was learning, but I have researched this about the melanin, when they said the melanin in our skin. Well, it kind of drew me to go and really search that. And what I found out is the Greek had put that word out there. So like they do everything else. So the word melon is really not the word. It's actually carbon, because we're made up of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, which y'all know pretty much. Our people should know that. And that is the point of me. And then when I found that out, I was like, so basically when the people said the melanin in the skin is really not melanin. It's actually they talking about carbon. So the more carbon you are, the more darker you are. So that's where it's coming from. And then when I was studying that, I was like, wow. So the melanin is not really melanin. It's actually the Greek kids, you know how they do. They triples up with their little words, and they put it in there like it's really out there, and that's what we are facing. And I think Yahusha always face this in all the captivities. So we're facing the same thing with the wicked, with the Shaitan, how they're doing this, you know. So I will just, you know, want to comment on what's going on, and giving praise to Yahuah for delivering me from the church and the Christian and the wicked wizards. You know, I would call them wizards. You know, so I just say Shabbat Shalom and Tudah if you have any input on that, Jackie.
Yes, indeed. I'm going to share, yes, I'll respond to Aki for that, what you shared, and I'm going to speak about that here in a moment. I'm going to go to Aki Matatyahu. Let me just say, Aki, Aki Trevin, when, if you could, before coming to the mic, if you could raise your flag for me. So that, because what happened there, Akim Matatyahu was waiting when you came in. So to keep it in order, if you could raise your flag, and then that would help me yes. So I'm gonna respond to what you just shared. But let me go to Akim Matatyahu, and then I'll come back to that. Okay. So Akim Matatyahu, please go ahead, Akim.
Yeah, go ahead. You can go ahead, Keith, comment on it. It's we passed that stage already. Just one thing, that the whole thing, that the whole marijuana thing, they not telling, but the marijuana, they know that marijuana cures cancer.
Yes.
But
yes,
you can't smoke marijuana. You have to eat it.
Yes.
In its natural aspect, the leaf.
Yes.
You have to cut that leaf up, put it in a salad, chop the stems up and all that. You know, make a drink out of. You can't smoke it. Yes. But yes, it's known that it cures cancer. But they won't tell us that.
That's right.
And one more thing about the witchcraft. I truly believe that science and technology is sorcery.
Yes.
And I was doing a study. I was doing some study, and I came across that out there in University of Stanford and MIT, that they linked human DNA to linked it up with some conductors. And had human DNA linked up with conductors and made a computer where human DNA functions.
Well, guess what? You know, everything we see in movies, we end up seeing happening in day-to-day life. Everybody agree? Let me give you a couple examples. The flip phone that we were using a few years back. Where did we first see the flip phone? Star Trek. All right. The tablet that everybody is now using today. Where did we first see the tablet? Years ago, decades ago. First tablet was in Star Trek also. Okay. Yeah. Many technologies. If we think about it. Yes, harp that they use today. Okay, that still, yeah, they've been using harp. Fidel Castro Fidel Castro in 1973 talked about them using harp as a weapon, as a what you would call to modify weather conditions and use it as a weapon against territories, against countries. Okay, and that is a fact. That is a fact. A lot of people are ignorant to it, and because they're ignorant to it, then they want to say, "Oh, it ain't so," and whatever the case is. But you see harp in cartoons from back in the 1950s. They're showing you them using harp in cartoons to modify the weather, right? Which is something they do. But harp goes back to the 1800s or sometime around there. Okay, now, but my point is this: what you see on TV, eventually you see it in real life. Now, the reason why I bring that up, harp is a machine. I mean, a grand machine, a huge machine that they have set up out in Alaska. Go ahead,
high and low frequencies.
Yes. They use the frequencies to manipulate the atmosphere and the hemisphere, and they can use it to target different regions and locations. They can use it however they feel the need to use it. Now, one individual invented it, and they manipulated, the government manipulated their way into taking control of it, taking the rights of it. And the person that invented it, when he died, his son now had control of it, basically the plans, the diagrams on how to create it, and the government wanted it. But he remember his father being concerned, even after he created it, being concerned that a government could use it for the wrong reasons. And in the end, that's what they did. Now,
real quick, Aki. Real quick.
Go ahead, Aki.
Just co-signing on what you were saying. But if people really pay attention, whenever you go to the movie theater, because they do their biggest advertisement on the big screen, and these people always tell you three things: what they did in the past,
yes,
what they are currently doing,
and what they're
about to do. And the people, they go to the movie theater and have no clue of what's being taken, what's taking place right there. I mean, these people, they got a warped sense of so-called moral code that, we telling you what we doing before we do it to give you a chance. But that's what they call themselves, giving us an opportunity to know what's going on. But yet they don't tell us that, what the symbols are, what the signs and everything, and people really don't understand that this world that we live in today. I was reading the book of Sun Tzu, and if nobody knows who Sun Tzu was, he was one of the greatest Chinese generals back in the ancient times. He wrote that book called The Art of War, and he said that we don't live. The laws are not what we live by. We are governed by signs and symbols. Basically, signs and symbols is what govern this world as we know it today.
Indeed. Now the question was asked about. Oh, but let's finish here real quick to Aki Matadyahu's point about what he said about them fusing human DNA with computers. So, I worked this week. One of the guys I work with was telling me about this movie, and I asked him the name of the movie, but it's not coming to me right now. But the movie, you know what? He was talking about the movie and was saying it's a good movie, but what they did in the movie was they fused human DNA with the computer, The way the movie worked is the guy that they did it with eventually became a computer, and became like super smart, and then his body just basically disintegrated. This is the movie now. His body just basically disintegrated. No, not Machina. It was another one. The name really.
It was a key. It had Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp is in that movie.
Oh, okay.
Is old or new?
I don't know. I didn't ask him. Yeah, but he became he like, you know, live in net space basically, you know, and he would be able to transport, like, you know, through the internet to different times and stuff like that. And you know, it wasn't Transcendence, but all those are movies that are similar. But the reason why I bring that up is to say that just like Aki Matatyahu shared with us about this experiment that they're doing, fusing human DNA with computers, that's something that they're really working on. Now, they put that stuff in movies. Now we have to understand the role of the media, okay? The role of the media. We need to understand the role of the media, okay?
I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yes.
But I wanted to see the name of that movie. The name of the movie is called Transcendent.
Oh, okay.
Somebody put that up.
Yes, yeah. You know what? That's one, but that wasn't the one he was telling me about. So there's another one similar. Maybe it's an older one or something, but there's another one similar.
Everything new comes from everything
Yes,
old.
everything.
So
yes, exactly. Basically the same thing. Yes, basically the same thing. Now, they might call it sci-fi or whatever, science fiction, but what do they call Star Wars, the episode where you saw the flip phone in? They call it sci-fi, right? Science fiction. But the flip phone ain't fiction no more. The flip phone is so real that it's extinct now. Now, what do you call the episode of Star Wars where you see the tablet? They call it science fiction, but it ain't fiction. I watched Star Wars because I used to love Star Wars. I watched Star Wars where they said to the computer, make this setting, and they create a certain setting, right? They said to the computer, create this setting, and the computer, like, create romantic setting, he said.
That's the new thing. Well, I shouldn't say it's new, but they have these things.
Oh, they
where
yeah,
you put it on your face, and now, like, it was on the news this week, and the guy said, "You really feel the power of the bow and arrow." I said, "What?"
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, something like that.
No, you do.
Putting nothing on like that.
Yeah, no, but you do. You really do. It's crazy. I saw an advertisement where they have that same thing you're talking about. The virtual reality thing you put over your face.
It's one thing to see something, but to feel it.
Yeah, no, but they have advertisement. This is how crazy it is. They have advertisement where you have two people, man and a woman, put it on, and they're making love, but by the virtual reality, by what they're seeing in virtual reality. Okay? Now, okay, now, but here's the thing. Here is the thing. The thing is that they put this stuff on TV, but what is the purpose of the media in any society? Okay? Now, if you ask the American society, you're not going to get the right answer. And if you were living in Russia and you ask the Russian government, if you ask the American government, they're not going to tell you the truth about the purpose of the media, is what I'm saying. And if you were living in Russia and you ask the Russian government what's the purpose of the media, they're not going to tell you the truth about what the purpose of the media is. And when I say media, I'm talking about everything from the news stations to Hollywood and Broadway. Every production. I'm talking about everything. When I say the media, I'm talking about the music industry, I'm talking about the television industry, I'm talking about Hollywood, the film industry, and I'm talking about Broadway. Okay? I'm talking about everything. What are their purposes? You know what's amazing? So they won't tell you about the purpose in their societies. But if you listen to them talk about other countries, you will learn the purpose of the media. So they won't tell you about themselves, but they'll tell you about somebody else. You got to be wise enough to listen and realize that they're telling you about themselves. The media has always been a propaganda machine. The media has always been a propaganda machine. Okay? Even the scriptures tells us that. Okay? In every society have always had a media. The Babylonians had their media. The Egyptians had their media. Every society has a media, and it is a propaganda machine. It is a way to get the people to transform the thinking of the people into the way that they want the people to think. It's a way to transform society into the mode that they want them in. Okay? It is mind control. Yeah, people, the hypocrites will hear you say this and they'll laugh. Listen, how stupid is that? Yeah, well, listen to them tell you about Hitler's media. Listen to them tell you about Russia's media and the purpose of Russia's media. Listen to them tell you about the purpose of Russia's Broadway. It's not called Broadway in Russia, but in America it's called Broadway. I don't remember what it's called in Russia. You see, about their enemies, they'll tell you that the Russian they'll talk about the Russian controlled the state media of Russia. They'll talk about the state media of China. They'll talk about the state media of this and the state media of that. But they will never admit to you that America has a state media also. When you turn on your TV, it is a state media that you're watching. Because whatever you see on there is sanctioned by the state. Okay? When you go to Broadway, the productions are sanctioned by the state. It is to craft a certain perception. Tell me something. Why is it that wherever in the world that you go, no matter where you go in the world, people who have never been to America, even in places where they don't know anybody that has ever been to America, but if they've had the opportunity to see TV once or twice, or to see a movie once or twice, they all want to come to America. And I'll tell you what happens when they get to America based on what they saw in the movies. When they get to America, they're disappointed. Because what they see through the propaganda network don't add up to what they experience. And that is a fact. They just got to grow to readjust. Okay? Because what the propaganda network put out is not what their actual experience is. There are people in the world who do not believe that there's a single pothole in America. There are people in the world who do not believe that there are any poor people in America. There are people in the world who believe that the streets are just nice and smooth and shiny and they just go forever and it's just beautiful. There are people in the world who believe that all of America looks like Las Vegas or whatever. But where does that imagery come from? Where does that imagination come from? It comes from propaganda. It comes from the media. Okay? Family, I could get in my vehicle, drive a few blocks, and take pictures of the city that I'm in, or take video. Put them on Facebook or something, and nobody would believe that this is a city in America, or this is right around the corner from my house. Okay?
People were starving in their houses.
Mm-hmm.
People were actually burning wood to keep warm in their houses.
Yeah, when I said nobody, not nobody. Those who live it know it. Those who are affected know it. But you could show it to some people in other places, and because they feed into the propaganda, they wouldn't believe it. Okay?
Wouldn't believe about it in America.
Yeah,
I don't believe it.
and there are people in America who don't believe it either. Okay, as crazy as that is.
There are white folk in America that believe
You see.
white folk don't get food stamps.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the power of the media. Okay, and what they do is they use it to shape your perception.
Yep.
Okay, that's what the purpose of the media is. You see, in the book of Yahuah chapter 24, Yahuah said that there will be wars and rumors of wars. People think that's translation. That's translation. And people think that the word that's translated rumor, they think that it's just gonna be you're gonna hear that there's a war over here and a war over there, but there's actually no war. And that's not it. The word that's translated rumor is a poor translation. Okay? What it's talking about is war, and there will be propaganda. War and propaganda is what it's talking about. Okay? War and propaganda. Every war is accompanied by propaganda. And what is propaganda used for? Any military strategist will tell you, any honest military strategist will tell you that you use propaganda to win people over on your side and to confuse the enemy. Okay? If you're serious about war, if you're serious about a fight, and if you're serious about winning, propaganda is going to be your best friend. Because you use it to knock your enemy off his game, and at the same time you're using it to win people over to your side. And at the end of the day, a lot of it is nothing but nonsense. It's just bloated nonsense, you see. Let me go to Aki Trevin. Please go ahead, Aki. You might be having a tough time finding your mic. Let me see if I can unmute it for you, Aki.
Yeah, because I've never raised my flag. I've never raised my flag. I raise my hand, but I don't raise my flag. Anyway, I wanted to come in on the propaganda thing. I saw an interesting video. I don't know if anyone heard it. I don't know if anyone in the room is going to vote. I've talked about it a long time ago. I talked about it, and I asked you about it, Aki, some time ago. And I told you the reason why I wasn't voting, because I kind of looked into some things and researched some things, and I really believe that Yahuah don't. It's the thing of, I don't think we should, anyway. But anyway, I looked at it, and the propaganda thing is, when I saw, I kind of paid attention to a lot of our people that are voting, and a lot of them that vote Democrat. You got some that vote Republican. And the thing about it is, when I looked into it, it has a lot to do with Yahusha, and far as the Democratic and Republican. And sometimes our people go back as far as what they see in the 1965, and then they go back to where Abraham Lincoln so-called freed us. and they don't get into the really history of what's going on. So what I was on my TV yesterday, a couple of days ago, and I watched the 13th, finally got to that, and it kind of connected to the video that the other, what you call documentary that I watched. It was a documentary about the Democratic Party. It's this young guy. I don't know what his name is. I can't remember his name, but he's from India. And he had what he did is, I guess he was campaigning or something, and he gave some money. And I guess they were saying that he gave too much money, which is kind of crazy, kind of odd. But I guess the way he did it, he wasn't supposed to give the money, that much money or something. So what they did is they took him to court. And he, I don't know if it was Republican. He might have been Republican because he said, when he said it, he said Obama. Obama's people is trying to lock me up or shut me up. That's what he said. So what he did is, I guess he got put in jail. He got put in jail for doing that. And what the judge did is gave him 5-year probation, and he had for 8 months he got to spend a day in jail for 8 months, I guess. So what he did is he went and he studied the game in there, and he said he studied and showed, and he talked to all games. He said, "What is this about the game?" But I'm gonna make a long story short. What he was talking about is the games, and he was basically getting information and how they work. And he said it looked familiar with him, and he said a light popped on about the government, which they do the same things like games. They basically are games. That's what he's basically saying, and how they enforce things, and they if they have a plan, they're playing like things are okay. That get you out here, just like the people are getting elected, as you know. They come to the people and they say all these things that what they're going to do, but then once they get in there, it's all different. So basically, what he was doing, he went into the Democratic Party and he studied it. And when he studied it, I knew some things about the Democratic Party, but the way he got into it and deep into it, it kind of blew my mind on it. And it basically was almost like a thing of saying Yahuah's showing me some things through that. And I was like, wow. So basically, they were the ones that really was racist because they was in the South. And I wasn't thinking about it. I was thinking about just doing Democratic because they were for us. But come to find out, right now, all of them are wicked. But it's just saying that when they had the switch, they didn't have no switch. They really didn't have the switch where everybody said now all the really racist people are on the Republican side. Well, really, it's not true. It's less than 1%. Which went over there, but yet the way they did us is they had us to draw back, made a propaganda, had us as black people to vote for Democratic, while they were still doing their thing. Like the lady that had that made up the Planned Parenthood, she was Democratic. And remember, Andrew Adams was Democratic president. He was the founder Democrat. And you got Abraham was so but make a story short, I think the people should watch this show. It's called If You Can. I don't know what you can get it on because I got this what you call Fire Stick. I don't know if anybody heard of that, but I can watch it. It's called Hillary America, Secrets of Democrat. And I think it's very interesting. So it's not to take Donald Trump out the point because I believe he's actually with them to actually push her. That's what I believe. The way he's doing things, yeah, he's racist, definitely. And I believe that he's kind of really, if you watch his past with her, even though he's talking about her, it's a propaganda going on, I think, to get her in there. Either one of them, anyway. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Like I said, it's a propaganda going on as far as even in the Democratic and how they did us and how they really they got another plan going on as far as the people and getting the people and stuff. This presidential thing, period, it's all wicked. So I just want to throw that out there. If you want to know what that movie is called again, it's called Hillary America, Secrets of Democrat. And I'm going to release the mic because I know I've been talking for a while.
Okay, let me mute for you if I can find it here. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. All right. Tuda for sharing, Aki. I'm going to go into a little detail on some of the things that you just talked about. And we're talking about propaganda. And so I'm gonna go into that some more, even about the switch. I'm gonna go into that some more, okay? Because even with the we're talking about the media, okay? And we're talking about propaganda, and I just said that the media is propaganda, okay? It's a propaganda machine, is what it is. Now, this is what you have to understand. We live in a wicked system, a corrupt system. But before I go into all of that, let me go back here to our Akut. I'm looking on YouTube. And Akut Treslin, by the way, Shabbat Shalom to you, Akut. She's been posting some really important and informative things too. Throughout and the family on YouTube. I'm sorry, the conversation is so fluid that I sometimes don't get to the post. But let me just say real quick what she posted, and it's so sad to see. She said, and I think she's saying she's been homeless since 2013. Or maybe it's not her, but been homeless since 2013. People living in tents in the woods, been in crooked shelters, the whole nine. Many people dying. I think she's saying this has been her experience, right? Been homeless since 2013. You have people living in tents in the woods. Y'all see that in the city where I live also. Been in crooked shelters, the whole nine. You have crooked shelters. Many people dying. She go on to say, and suffering in this country and no one cares. Spoke for homeless more than once and nothing has changed. All about the money, not the people. Right? So true and so sad. Okay? So true and so sad. I'm going to back up here a little bit and I want to talk about some of what the things that Aki Trevin just brought up. I'm going to talk about what Aki Trevin just brought up. I don't believe that is actually factual. The origin of it. Again, it's more propaganda. We what we have to understand is this, and
they don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, okay. Let me read. Yeah, let me read. I was just reading a comment from YouTube, where Arakut Abiyahu had written, "I feel like Obama is going to stay in office and become a dictator." Okay. Now that has been going around. It's been going around for quite some time. As a matter of fact. It started when Obama became president the first time, in the first election. It literally started. A lot of people don't remember, but that's when it started. Now, the narrative was that even before he became president, the narrative was that Obama is the quote-unquote Antichrist, and that this is it. This is the end. Obama is the Antichrist. He's going to usher in the mark of the beast and this, that, and the other. And this was going to happen at the by the time some people said by the time he ended his first term, and then some people were saying that he would get a second term, and by the time it come to the end of the second term, he's going to put it in effect. But he is this so-called Antichrist. I can't get into the whole thing of Antichrist right now, but I'm just quoting what's been out there. So this started when he first got elected. But what we got to understand is that everything that we see, we're dealing with the media. When you watch documentaries, you're dealing with the propaganda machine. Okay? And so we that's the context we need to keep things in. People are putting out stuff. Everybody putting out stuff have an agenda. Okay? Now, so when Obama first got elected, what you have is you have people who call themselves being on the right, and those are people. Let me say this, and I'm trying to keep things together, keep the points tied together as I say what I'm saying. We have to understand that America is a place with a very racist history. Okay? Racism in America has not gone anywhere. It remains to this very day. It's just always been. Ever since America was created, it was created on hatred. Even though we're told otherwise, that it was created on love. It was created on hatred, and it continues to thrive off of hatred. Okay? That's what that's what makes America great. Hatred. Okay? When I say great, I don't mean as in, a wonderful place. I mean in the perspective of wealth. Okay? It's not smarts. It's not the smarts. It's not brilliance that has made America and Europe great. It's not brilliance. It's just sheer brute evil, wickedness. The willingness to trample other people so that you can get ahead. That's the facts. I'm not making it up. That's the facts. You can begin to research about how we have exploited other countries, and in particular Africa. Okay? It's because we're willing to trample people and take what they have. Not because we are smart, but because we are brutal. Okay? Because we are brutal. We don't have a conscience. Okay? And that's what makes America great, as in wealthy. Okay? We can do people in and feel no way bad about it. Go to bed at night, sleep comfortable, wake up and do it again. Okay? So America is a country built on racism. Now, it's never left us. It has simply evolved. Okay? So, even with the Democratic Party, why the Democratic Party of both parties, the Democratic Party is the most progressive party. What I mean progressive is that while and Aki Trevin talked about the switch. Now, I'm trying to make a few points, but I'm trying to keep things together as I make these points. I want you to be able to follow what I'm getting at. So, Aki Trevin had mentioned the switch that took place, that we hear about with the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. Okay? Now, Abraham Lincoln was a Republican. Okay? And the narrative that we get is that Abraham Lincoln's party embraced the slaves, cared for the slaves, cared so much for the slave that he worked, he put his career on the line to free the slaves. And that's a false narrative. That's again the propaganda at work. That's the propaganda machine at work. Abraham Lincoln was a Republican, and he signed the Emancipation Declaration, but the Emancipation Declaration was never really about freeing the slave. It was a diplomatic move. It was a propaganda move. What Abraham Lincoln really wanted, Abraham Lincoln was so racist that he believed that white people and black people should not exist in the same space. Okay? He believed that white people and black people should not exist in the same place, because black people are only going to dirty it up. They're dirty. You can't mix clean and dirty together. That's Abraham Lincoln's perspective. What Abraham Lincoln wanted to do was Abraham Lincoln wanted to ship all the slaves back to Africa. Okay? While the rest of America, the other side, didn't want to ship the slaves back to America. Both sides had one thing in common: hatred for black people. However, one side was willing to live among the blacks and exploit them, while Abraham Lincoln had so much hatred that he couldn't even see the financial benefit of exploiting them. He just wanted to get rid of them. That's how deep his hatred was. So he wanted to get rid of them. One side said, no, let's keep them and just let's brutalize them and work them to death. Abraham Lincoln said, no, I don't even want them to be close to me. I don't want their odor to get on me. You see? And so that was Abraham Lincoln's position. Abraham Lincoln was a part of the Republican Party. And in that day, the Republican Party, and today, as a matter of fact, not in that day, but today, the way the narrative is told is that the Republican Party was the progressive party. They were looking out for black people. The fact of the matter is they weren't looking out for black people. They just hated black people that much. Now, the Democratic Party was the party that said that, with the people in it that said that, no, we need to keep them and we need to exploit them. Okay? We brutalize them and exploit them. That's what we'll do. After all, they're not humans. You see? Now, there came a point where the Democratic Party, which was very racist, but where they didn't think that separation was necessary. They think we just need to keep them and treat them like animals. There came a point where that party, you see, this is all a chess game. We have to understand this. That's why it's propaganda. When you're playing chess, there's a lot of propaganda involved in playing chess. Okay? What you're trying to do is you're trying to get into the head of your opponent. Okay? You're trying to throw him off. So in politics, a lot of propaganda involved. And when one side is winning, when one side is in power, this is another thing that it's all about. It's about power. Okay? So here's my thing. I don't think that Donald Trump is in this to lose. He's not doing this for Hillary to win. He's in it to win it. Because this is about power. Okay? Each side wants to be in power. It's about power. They're not trying to do the other one any favors. But what they'll do in the process is, as they seek to gain power, they prey on the unsuspecting. They say things that they know that people want to hear. And if you are somebody that follow politics, then you will realize that our society is really stupid. If you watch the polls, you'll realize just how stupid we are. Because depending on what happens today, one person will be up in the polls by 5 points. Then the other person go and say something tomorrow, and that person is now down in the poll, and the other one is up by 5, 10 points. And then the next day, something else is said, and the polls goes back and forth. And so every day is just go up and down, up and down, up and down, because you have people who are not based in substance. They're driven by propaganda. Okay? So we have a system that at its core, it's racist and it's corrupt. But what they've done is they've used it. When one is in power, the other one say whatever it takes to get people to vote for them so that they can be in power. Okay? Now in the process, what they're doing is the one that's not in power and the one that's in power, propaganda is always ongoing. So take, for example, to make my point, take, for example, the documentary The 13th. Let me ask this question. Anyone here who have watched that documentary, can you tell me who, not even from reading the credits or anything like that, I didn't read the credits, but can you tell me, you'll know by watching the documentary, can you tell me who is responsible, who would be responsible, not an individual, but as far as people support? Can you tell me what team, what political team would be responsible for the production of that documentary, the documentary called The 13th? Anyone who has watched it. You see, this is how we know, we can't just watch. Okay, yeah, we know, wait now, the Democrats, but okay, the Democrats, that's good, that's right, but there's a certain group within the Democratic Party responsible for the documentary The 13th. There is a group. What you were saying, babe? Oh no, not Trump. It's not Trump.
Hillary's husband is the one who put all that in place.
Yes, but it's not Trump.
Why was she telling herself?
Yeah, but that's where we see it's chess. You got to think like they think. Okay, that's the only way we're gonna realize what's happening. Not the answer I'm looking for. Okay.
Put those laws in place.
Okay, wait. Let me. Okay.
She's reminding us.
Yes. Yeah. Well, let me tell you who put it, whose documentary it is. Okay. Remember where the election started? You remember it started with something called a primary, right? Remember it started with something called a primary, right? Everybody remember. Starts with something called a primary. That's where you have people on the same team trying to beat the other one out in order to become the nominee for that party, right? Okay. Now, the documentary The 13th was put together by Democrats, right? But it was put together by a team of people within the Democratic Party that were supporting a certain person in the Democratic Party. All right? So who were they supporting? Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders. You see, the documentary The 13th was created to give Bernie Sanders an edge over Hillary Clinton.
Team within the team.
Okay? Yes. The documentary was created to expose the Clintons so that it would give Bernie Sanders an edge over Hillary Clinton. You see? Now, this is how truth gets exposed. Okay? Because of the need for power. When those who crave for power wants to get power, they will do whatever it takes to get it. To the point that they will expose their corrupt system. If it wasn't the need for power, that stuff would remain buried. But because you have one opponent trying to become the nominee, that the people who support that opponent puts out information to expose the one that they're trying to defeat. And that's how we learn how we are being taken advantage of. Okay? Now, that's one documentary. So that documentary was created to lift Bernie Sanders, okay? To give him an edge over Hillary Clinton. Now, there's another documentary out there. When you listen now, we're talking about the propaganda machine. We're talking about the media. Now, when you look at the documentary that Aki Trevin just mentioned, where it's talking about the switch with the Democrats and the Republicans, and it pointed out that only 1% or so of Democrats actually switched over to the Republican Party. Now I'm going to talk about that a little bit more, but from watching that documentary, Aki, if you can type, I'm not sure. If you can though, who do you surmise? Who do you surmise is behind the making of that documentary? Remember now, it's political. It is propaganda. Okay? It's propaganda. Right? Now, the people who would be responsible for putting that information out there would be the Republican Party. Okay? Would be the Republican Party. It's propaganda. Okay? So now, in the process, they're exposing certain things, but they're also trying to make themselves look good in the process. Right? Now, here's the thing when it came to the switch in the parties. While only 1% left the Democratic Party to go to the Republican Party, and it really came to a head when what's his name? Kennedy. When Kennedy started running for president, it came to a head. When Kennedy started running, that's where they really started jumping ship. And they didn't all jump ship right away. Some of them jumped ship not because of race, but because of religion. It started with religion. Kennedy was a Catholic. And the Protestant in America, the Christians in America, believed that Kennedy was a puppet for the Vatican. That the Vatican was trying to take control of America, and they were putting Kennedy in place. And so they were antagonistic toward Kennedy. Okay? So it started on a religious basis. But then Kennedy, who was not for black people, Kennedy wasn't for black people. That's where black people make the mistake. Black people think, a lot of black people sing praises of Kennedy. And black people even went out and voted for Kennedy, and that's how he became president, because of black people voting. But Kennedy was not for black people. He never intended to do anything to help black people. He was more concerned with offending white people. But he made a propaganda move when he saw that he could possibly lose the election. Martin Luther King got locked up in I believe it was in Alabama. And he wrote a letter to Kennedy, and he wrote to the Republicans. Kennedy responded. The Republican Party didn't. But Kennedy only responded because it was an opportunity to get black people on his side. And after he did that, responded, and he got black people on his side, when he got in office, he did nothing. And so Martin Luther King and the other activists, what they had to do was they had to bring attention to themselves in order to force him to do something. They had to put themselves in danger in order to force him to do something. And so they put themselves in a situation where they know they were going to be beaten, they know they would be stoned and had dogs put on them and everything, but they did that to force Kennedy to live up to his promise to do something about the conditions for black people. And now when it becomes a national spotlight, not just a national spotlight, it becomes a global spotlight. Now it becomes a global spectacle, and then everybody is saying, well, he promised that when he got in, he was going to do this, that, and the other. Now he's forced to do something. You see? And that's the only reason why he tried to do anything. And even with him trying to do anything, by now, when he started trying to do something, it was late. So he himself really didn't do anything for black people. He himself didn't accomplish anything. It was the guy that took over after him that signed the civil rights legislation. You see? But even his brother, Bobby Kennedy, told him not to do anything because it would be bad, because you're going to lose the support of the South. You see? But he wasn't really for black people to the point that he would put his neck out there. So basically the point that I'm getting at is, with all of these political parties, black people have become a political football. Okay? Black people have become a political football. Now, why did Kennedy lose his life? Didn't lose his life for black people. You know why he lost his life? He lost his life because he made the mistake of speaking about the political undertakings of the elite, the way they operate in secrecy, with secret societies. That's why he lost his life. He went to the media and he exposed certain secrets that was not to be shared with the public. You see? And that's why he lost his life. Not because of anything he did for black people. You see? But black people think that Kennedy was their savior, and it really wasn't the case. You see? My point is that the propaganda have caused us to believe things that are not true. Okay? So, now, what happened though since Kennedy? Okay? And whoever it was that took over after him, I forgot his name now. What happened using black people as a political football? Yep, Lyndon Johnson. Using black people as a political football, what the Democratic Party began to do was, they're playing football. Okay? We are the ball. Okay? And so they're trying to advance. They're trying to score a touchdown. Not for us, but for them. Okay? And so what they do now, they begin to make political decisions. Because they realize that there is power in the black vote. So if we can get the black people on our side, we'll just give them a good speech, get them to vote for us, and then we'll be in power. And we'll throw them a bone here and there. But we will not put our necks on the line to really bring about any serious change. We're just going to give them enough to keep them somewhat content. Okay? And so the Democratic Party began to write legislation that alleviates some of the burdens that was on us but that was for political purposes to ensure that they have our votes. That's why Hillary Clinton in one of her emails says that she have the blacks and the gays in her back pocket. Okay? That's why she said that. That's the way the Democratic Party has been operating. Don't worry, we got the blacks and the gays in our back pocket. We give them enough to keep them content. You see? That's just another way of buying elections. Now, some people say, see, that's why you got to support the Republicans. No. Remember, you know who the Republicans are? The Republicans are those who feel like they don't want nothing to do with us. They say, pull yourself up by your bootstrap. They say that even after they have oppressed you, and they've done everything to keep you down, they say if you fail, it's because of you. When the reason why we fail is not because of us, is because they've been standing on top of us. That's the reason why they're at the top and we're still at the bottom. Because we are the ones they trample to get to the top. But they won't admit that. Okay? Now, family, we as a people have to, I see your flag, Aki. Let me come to you, Aki Trevin, and then I'll come back to the rest of my point. Go ahead, Aki Trevin. Okay, your mic is open.
Can I be heard?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I just say $2 for that, a little bit more clarification on that. The thing I had got out of the video, and both of them was how they are playing what you call, again, like you said, it's like a chess game or football. and the reason why I want to bring that out and see what your thoughts were, because the reason why I watched it, it was just, it caught my eye and seeing certain things, and I don't put them like it cut what? I didn't believe it was all accurate, because at the end of the video, the guy that had the thing on it from India, you can tell that he was all about this country, okay, and he was basically trying to throw some out that he was how he was treated, so he went to that certain party. And the reason why he can't vote is because he's on probation for 5 years. Mm-hmm. And I already kind of had an idea who he was going to vote for. Mm-hmm. So that's why I kind of just wanted to bring that out to kind of open a little bit more eyes to the people, saying just my educational purposes. That's believable. A reason why I kind of watched it, and to see that our people is being, flipped around, if you want to say. It's all about us anyway, and how they wanted us. Mm-hmm. Like you said about the Abraham Lincoln thing, I kind of studied that one too, and when he signed the treaty, it was, the thing off for us, it was more of I don't really care for him, so it's really was about power, like you said. It's about me getting in, about me signing this off and doing whatever. It's just a lot of stuff that's in there that a lot of our people is not really seeing. So I kind of looked at that video just to kind of, for my education, and I believe some of our people, in the sense of even in the room, they seem to kind of look to see certain things that where some of our people might not know that Democrats did us the way they did. But we all looked at it as wicked anyway. Just the people just wicked anyway. But sometimes when you get to the root, you will kind of know, and you go off of kind of certain things. I know he kind of, some of that stuff wasn't accurate. That was in there, that he put in there, even though he talked to some people that gave him some information. But I already knew what his especially at the end of it. I watched it all the way through, and I said, oh, I see what his thing is. It's a propaganda. So he was basically trying to put that out there so the people can say, hey, we're going to go to the Republicans and try to vote for them. No, I wasn't looking at that like that. I was looking at it that you're all are wicked. Politically, you're wicked. So it's all the government. So I'm not, that's the way I was looking. And I had my Shaw to look at it too, because she is still in the point of when she wanted to vote. I already know she voted, but I wasn't there. But she, voted for Hillary or whatever. And I was just okay, but I'm letting you know that I'm not, because I'm trying to, and I was trying to let her see what I see. You know what I'm saying? By showing her, like you said, sometimes we have to allow them to see it as, because why would I not give her the information that I have? That's not, right. So I don't want her to believe me from out of my mouth. I want her to see it. And that's the way we, as far as in the scripture, we have to do with the people as well. Like you always, when we're here in this room, we go through scriptures to get to let the scripture speak. So those things is about facts and showing. So even some people that see the facts still don't want to see it, But I just wanted to show her that, and that was just on my thing about it. And I said, Tudor would be clarifying that even more to me, just to see what's going on. So I said, Tudor for you a key, and Tudor releasing the mic.
Indeed. Yes, indeed. Indeed, Aki. I'm going to go. Let me mute your mic back for you. And, family, the conversation that we're having right now is important because a lot of our people do not, too many of our people are not aware of, we talk about somehow knowing our history, but many of our people are not aware of our history, really, truly aware of our history, whether it be recent history or ancient history. Many of our people are not aware of it. And not only, listen, there's a saying that goes, if you don't know where you've been, you don't know where you're going. We need to know our history, and a part of our history all of our history has to do with our experiences and interaction with people along the way. Every person, every system, everything that you have an interaction with on a day-to-day basis makes up your history. So as a people on a national scale, for us to understand where we are today, we've got to look back and to see our interaction with every people and every system in our past in order to understand where we are today. You see, what has brought us to where we are today. You see, we have to understand, we have to see the big picture. We got to look back and see the big picture in order to understand where we are today and to see where we're headed tomorrow. You see. So it's important for us to know our history. The conversation that we're having right now is important and necessary. And I'm going to take this. I've seen some mention of what I'm getting to, what I'm getting ready to say. But I'm going to bring this to a final conclusion here in a minute. And I'm going to say some things that are sobering, that we need to consider and take seriously. Okay? But before I do that, let me go to my Aki Matatyahu, and there's another flag. Let's see. Aki Matatyahu and then Aki Keith. So Aki Matatyahu, please go ahead, Aki.
Yeah, Keith, co-signing on everything you talk about, that old Abraham Lincoln, and he was just the devil.
Yes.
I mean, it was, oh my goodness. And it's just, man, every time you speak on how just so tore up we are as a nation of people, it just really hurts my heart, and it hurts my head. I get mad, I'm sad, I got just all kind of emotions going on. Just gets me all just twisted up. We just so ignorant and just want to be. It just seem like we just want to be ignorant. You know, the truth is right there, but we just choose to ignore it. But then I reflect on how we were, our ancestors were back in ancient days of Yasharel, and it's just the same thing. It's just the same doggone. We ain't doing no more than what our ancestors did when Yahuah was personally dealing with us, and now we're at this stage right now, and I mean it just gets me all bent out of shape, and truly right now, Mishpachah, us right here, we none of us should even be messing around, not even giving it a thought about going out there voting. This ain't our country. We ain't got nothing to do. These folks don't want us. You know, this ain't our country. What we voting for? Our stuff, our vote don't mean nothing. And we need to understand that kind of stuff, especially us here right now at the assembly, Mishpachah. We need to just prepare ourselves, stay in the scripture, and prepare ourselves and wait for Yahuah to return, and so he can take us to the land that he had gave to our forefathers and promised to us, and not no United Snakes of America, because all it is under Satan's authority. That's all it is. I'm heated up. I'm sorry, Keith.
No, it's all right, Aki. It's all right. It's all right. You said some important things there. I'm gonna go to Aki Keith, and then I'm gonna come back to you, Akut Abiyah, who said there on YouTube. It's always been about power. Example: Michael Jackson would have owned half of Sony. He would own people like Beyonce Knowles. The list goes on, and now that's power, and that's why they killed him. It's all about power. Now let me go to Aki Keith, and then I'm going to come back. I'm going to wrap this section up with a few comments, because I'm going to get down to the nitty-gritty of this and the way that we as a people really need to think. You see, Christianity has done a work on us. Christianity has really dumbed us down, man. It has dumbed us down. It has dumbed us down. It has made us silly. But we gotta break out of that. We gotta snap out of it. It's told us lies about ourselves and just lied about everything. So we're gonna get down to the nitty gritty of all of this here in a moment. But Aki Keith, please go ahead.
Shabbat shalom, Aki.
Shabbat shalom to you, my Aki.
Always great hearing your voice.
Same here. It's great to hear you, my Aki.
Okay, let me make this short. I was working with Congresswoman Maxine Waters, and to me that was an honor. That was like all praise to Yahuah, because I had a chance to see things that I'd never seen before.
Yes.
And so as I was talking to her, I was saying to her I was truly thinking about being a politician. Mm-hmm. So she sat me down, and it's not what she said, it's what she did not say. Mm-hmm. Because as she was talking to me, she would let me know, hey, you know, there's a game, and you gotta know how to play it if you're going to be in here.
Yeah.
But she put it in a way, she didn't directly say it, but if you listen to someone talk, you understand exactly what they're saying, yes, without them saying it.
Yes.
And so then she would tell me that her husband is the ambassador of Jamaica. And she told me, I said, well, how did that happen? And so that's another thing. Mm-hmm. And so I'm like, okay, you know what? And then I had this guy tell me, well, why do you want to be a politician with Maxine Waters when she's part of the Black Panthers or whatever? I mean, I'm like, okay, well, that don't have anything to do with me. But to conclude it, it's not worth it, because your life is no longer your life.
Yep. That's right. You said it, Aki. You said it. Now, all right. Here's the thing. The way that this system, I'm going to borrow Donald Trump's words, but this is not an what you call it? what do you call it? What you would call it? What they call it when they what's the word I'm looking for here? This is not in support of Donald Trump, what I'm about to say. Okay? But I'm going to borrow a couple of his words here for a moment. This is not in support of Trump, but I'm going to borrow a few of his words for a second here. This is a corrupt system. This is a rigged system. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
This is a corrupt system. It is a rigged system. And, you know, we have our people who go into office. They run. Number one, listen. From the door, the only way you're going to become elected in any high office in this country is if from the door you already kind of make a decision to what's the word I'm looking for, to deny much of the experiences of your people. From the door, you're going to have to do that, because that's the only way you're going to get enough support to get you into office. In other words, if you're somebody who are going to go out there and tell the truth about the experience of your people, the experiences of your people, and what needs to change, you're going to be denied. You're going to be shut down. You're not going to gain enough votes to make it to any office. So some people, what they decide to do is they decide, and many of them have good intent. They decide to toe the line so that they can get in office, so that they can hopefully bring about some changes. And I must say that the fact of the matter is that there have been some changes because people have made it into office, and there have been some changes. But the more things change, the more they remain the same. Now the difference today is that you don't see the level of wide scale. When I say wide scale injustice, I mean to the point where on any given day, you could be walking down the street and people just round you up as a group of people, and they could do this several times in a week, and nothing comes of it. Nothing comes of it. No questions asked. That's the way it used to be, you see. Today, things are a little bit different, and the only reason why it's a little bit different is because of political influence, you see. But I'm not going to say only, but this is also the workings of Yahuah. We can't forget that, because one of the things that Yahuah says to his people is that as the captivity continues, we read this in the book of Baruch, we read it in the book of Ashdras, I believe. As the captivity continue, that Yahuah would lighten the burden in the captivity. Okay? And so the burden have certainly been lightened. There was a time when we in this captivity, we wouldn't have this opportunity where we can come together and gather and assemble and speak with some level of freedom. Not to say we're free and that we're speaking freely, because because even some of the stuff that I say, if they get a hold of it, then I will pay a price. Okay? But that's not my concern. I have a responsibility to speak the truth, you see. But I'm making the point to say that we're really not free, because they will use the truth against you, because the system is corrupt, you see. So from the door, though, in order for people to get into office, they have to begin to live in some form of denial, or choose not to talk about certain things. Okay? Now you get in office, now it's a different ball game. Now the rules are even different than what it took for you to get in office. And now you're in office and you realize now that you got to play by a different set of rules. And you're not yourself anymore. You cannot be yourself at all, you see. If you want to accomplish anything, just the least little minute thing on behalf of your people, you got to become somebody else. And then they'll throw you a bone. And that's the reality of this system. And so, family, I don't knock people who have gotten involved in politics in an effort to try to make things better for our people. The problem is, however, that many get in there and they get bought out, and they like the idea of having a seat up there, and it becomes more about them than it becomes about their people. But at the end of the day, still, it's only but so much that they can do, because their hands are tied. Now, Aki, you mentioned Maxine, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, member of the Black Panther Party, and she's a lady that she when you get her to a point, she gonna speak her mind, and she tell them too about their well, not really being in office. She don't go to the degree publicly on a national stage of really talking about the hypocrisy, but she will, more than others, she will tell them, speak certain things. Now, but she was a member of the Black Panther Party, and that brings me to us as a people. And let me just say this, and I'm going to respond to the question. I saw your question earlier, Akud Sharia. I didn't miss it. I saw it, and I'm getting ready to respond to it. So, should we vote as a people, or should we not vote? Depending on where you are in a captivity, there are times where voting may be helpful. Okay? And in our captivity, I like to use Dani Allah's example, and I like to use Yahusha as example, because Yahusha became a politician in Matzrayim, but the conditions were different. Daniel became a politician in Babylon, in Babel, but the conditions were different. Could it be that the day will come in this country where the conditions are different, to the point that you can seek national office, that our people can seek national office for as long as this captivity lasts? It may be that it comes a point where the conditions become different, where seeking and holding national office is of benefit to our people. Right now, that's not where we are. So what do we do in the meantime? Oh, by the way, let me go to the question that Aki Franklin just raised. You see, family, wherever you live, Yashar Al, wherever you live, politics, what is politics about? Well, politics in its innocency. Politics in its innocency, politics that we see today is not innocent, it's corrupt. But politics in its innocency is community management and national management, nation management. That's what politics in its innocent state is about. It's about governing, right? Governing your community, governing your country. That's what politics is about, right? Should be about anyway. As people of Yasharal, I live on a street. I'm going to use me as example. I live on a street, okay? And every week, time permitting, well, I always do it, but every week or ever so often, I do something political. Okay? I do something political. I'm going to start at the bottom and then I'm going to work my way up. But I do something political. You know what it is? I don't just cut my grass and sweep up in front of my house, but I go and I sweep up all along the sidewalk by my neighbor's house and on the corner of the main street. I clean it up. When I do that, that's actually something political. The thing is, people don't understand what political is or what politics is. Politics should be a structure of government, right? You need government to establish, to keep order. Okay? You need government to keep order. Yahusha has a government, and that government keeps order. Every society, every orderly society, a society without governance has no order. So I make a political move every week or so by trying to keep clean the area around where I live. That's a political move. Okay? What I'm doing is I'm trying to establish order, because I live in a city where I notice that when people see trash, then they tend to act more lawlessly. It invites more crime and everything like that. So I make a political move. I make a decision to keep my area clean. And if everybody should do that, if everybody in the city where I live should do that, if they should come out and they should keep their area clean, their area around them clean, you know what? You would have a cleaner city, and it would send a different message. It would send a message that this is an orderly place, not a disorderly place. You see? That's the root, that's the foundation of governing. Cleanliness, neatness. It speaks order. That's the foundation of governance. That's the foundation of politics. That's what politics should be about for us. Governing, right? So my point is that it is important for us. Yes, less loitering. You see? Less loitering, less crime. Okay? So in your community, I believe that, especially if you have not just your kids, we can't just think about our kids. That's the thing. Because our people, if I don't have no kids in public school, then I'm not concerned about it. Okay? But when you get involved in in what happens to your children, what kind of water are they drinking? Is the water clean that they're drinking in school? Or is it filled with lead? Like it just shows in Philadelphia, where the city, the kids in the poor communities in Philadelphia, the report says today that they're poisoned with lead. Guess what? It's not just Philadelphia. It's in the city where I live. It's in Flint, Michigan. It's in every poor neighborhood. But locally, we can come together and hold some people accountable locally, right? And that's where we got to start. So we should be involved. You see? At least right now we can be involved locally. And we should be. I encourage that. You see? Nationally, that's another level. Things got to change more. But in your neighborhood, the government in your neighborhood should look like the neighborhood. The government in your neighborhood should look like the neighborhood. What if we, Yahusha, decide that we're gonna become more responsible? We're gonna hold ourselves accountable to the point where we're gonna make sure that they don't have an excuse to go and get some people from some racist neighborhood and make them police officers in our neighborhoods, but instead we are going to structure ourselves where we can take those jobs as police officers to police our neighborhood. Listen, a lot of our people think that you shouldn't even be involved in becoming a police officer in your neighborhood. No, you need to be a cop in your neighborhood. Police yourself so that somebody who hates you don't have to come in and do it. We got to start thinking different. Listen, if you're going to knock the system, then you better be prepared to build a system. Okay? If you're going to go against the system, you better have a system in place, because if you don't have a system in place, you know what's going to happen? You're going to be ran over and forgotten. Okay? So now we have an outright racist running for president, and we have a person who is not motivated outside of the need to have our support for power so that she can get power. But she's not motivated to really do anything for our people outside of building a political career. Whatever she does is to advance her career. That's the only thing that motivates her, is to advance her career. So she throws a bone to our people, and her husband throws a bone to advance her career. All right, so you have one that's just an outright racist, because Donald Trump is a racist. Okay, he is a racist. His track record says it. Okay, his track record truly says it. Donald Trump, with the what they call that park in New York, where the that Jewish young lady was murdered by a serial killer in New York, the Central Park jogger case. They charge 4 boys, 3 black boys, one Hispanic, with the murder. Tortured them into confession. The New York City police did. And Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani, from day one, jumped on the bandwagon. And Donald Trump called for the death penalty for 14-year-old boys, 14 and 15-year-old boys, because they were black. 14 and 15. Called for the death penalty for them. They spent, I don't remember how many years they spent in prison, but by the time they came out, they were grown men. That's after it was found. Well, the police, they knew they didn't do it, but when they couldn't hide the evidence anymore, they had to admit to it, and then they released them as grown men and gave them $40 million to share between the 5 of them. Okay? But Donald Trump at that time called for the death penalty for these little kids that didn't do it. And even when it was shown that they didn't do it, Donald Trump never apologized. He took out a full-page ad in the New York Times to call for the death penalty for these kids. Why? Because they were black. Okay? Donald Trump was the same one that was being racist toward people trying to apply to live in his apartments based on their color, and so on and so forth. The stuff that comes from Donald Trump's mouth tells you that he's a racist. Okay? He is a hateful racist. Okay? Hillary Clinton is what maybe one would call a more private racist. Okay? Where Donald Trump is open, Hillary Clinton is private. Hillary Clinton and her husband over the years put in place racist policies. Racist policies. When I say racist policies, I mean policies that adversely affect black people. Okay? And they knew what those policies would do. They put them in place. Okay? So at the end of the day, what everybody is doing is, when comes election time, they just tell you what you want to hear to get your vote. But at the end of the day, please listen to this. At the end of the day, and this is not a racist statement, it's just a fact. And this is not to say that all white people think this way, but it's what a lot of white people feel. At the end of the day, white must remain on top. And we're going to do whatever it takes for whites to remain on top. Okay? And that's what Hillary Clinton's policies come down to. Okay? The white power system remaining on top. Okay? Now, here's the thing. I believe that there are times when we can be involved in national politics. The scripture shows us that. Right now, the way the system is right now, I don't think this is the time. As a matter of fact, but here's the thing. If you're not going to vote, what are you going to do? If you're not going to be involved in politics nationally, what are you going to do as a people? Are you just going to continue to sit back and just hope for the best? And, so if Donald Trump wins and decide to, all his racist supporters now feel empowered and they decide to go out and hunt black people, have a purge every week, then it's Yahuah's will for me to just sit down in my house and let them come in and kill me. Because after all, I'm not supposed to do anything to defend myself or to protect myself. Is that the attitude you're going to take? If you're not going to vote and wickedness rise up like we've never seen before, are you going to take the attitude that it's Yahuah's will for me to just chicken out and lay down and let them do whatever it is to me? That cannot be, must not be, and should not be our attitude. So if we can't be involved in the political system because it's corrupt, we do need still to be wise and strategic about the way we live our lives. Okay? We do need to be wise and strategic about the way we live our lives. We need to think about self-defense, and we need to think about self-preservation. And when I say self-preservation, I'm not saying that we preserve ourselves, but in the preservation of us, we have a role to play. Yes, Yahuah keeps us. Yahuah provides, but we have a role to play also. You see, in the preservation of us, we have a role to play also. Yahuah keeps us, but we have a role to play also. Don't think that, okay, you just sit on your hands and say, Yahuah is going to take care of me. Okay, if you think that's the way it works, let me see you quit your job if you have one and sit at home, do nothing, and let me see if you're going to remain fed. It's not going to happen. And that principle applies to everything. Because I say this because I believe that some of our people out there who have been duped and bamboozled by Christianity somehow think that, well, don't get involved, don't do anything, just sit back. Yahuah is going to take care of you and Yahuah is going to deliver you. Part of our deliverance also is in our action. When the people were delivered out of Mitzrayim, did they just sit down? Did Yahuah tell them, just sit right there where you at and say, beam me up, Scotty? Or beam me up, Yahuah? And they just fizzled out and then they appeared in Canaan? Is that what happened? No. They had to put the legwork in, right? They had to grab everything they had and they had to trot. They had to walk out of that place. A part of them being delivered was up to them. It was up to them whether or not they were going to decide to walk out of there or they were going to stay in the place because they feel like they're too lazy. I can't walk that far. What's wrong with him? So a part of our deliverance is up to us. A part of our deliverance is up to us. You see? Yeah. We could call Bill Clinton George Washington. But a part of our deliverance is up to us. You see? So, in whatever we do, family, we have to be strategic. I'm not, listen, I'm not knocking the person that go out there and vote. I'm not knocking the person that goes out there and vote or the person who have voted. You see? But the way this system is, our votes doesn't matter. So black people went out in droves and voted for Barack Obama. And since Barack Obama became president, the racists have become more empowered at doing whatever they want to black people, and they get away with it, even when it's on videotape. Since Obama has been president, we have had countless people murdered by the police with video evidence. And if 2 of them have been charged with murder, that's plenty. And we have a black president. Since Obama have been president, the economic conditions since the Great Recession has improved greatly for whites, but only, what's the word I'm looking for? Meagerly, not the word I'm really looking for, but only meagerly for black people. And you have a black president. You see, you have a black president, but still, for whites, it has been more beneficial than it has been for blacks. Since Barack Obama has become president, before he became president, black people working the same jobs as white people was getting paid less than the white person working the same job in general. And since Barack Obama has become president, that remains the same. That fact is still the same. That you have a black person and a white person doing the same job in the same company, but the black person is making less than the white person. What's amazing to me is that they don't talk about that. They only talk about women getting paid less than men, and that should be talked about. And when they talk about it, you get the sense that they're talking about white women. They're only thinking about white women, not so much black women. But they talk about women, white women getting paid less than men, but they're not talking about the fact that the black person is getting paid less than all of them. White women. You see. So, nationally, the way the system is right now, I believe there might come a time, if Yahuah tarries, where we can get involved and it can be really impactful for our people. But it hasn't been. But if we're not going to be involved, then we better be doing something. We better be thinking. You see? And we better be thinking about how we can help in governing ourselves locally. You see? Okay? How we can help to govern ourselves locally. I watched a video of this guy who was talking to these people, and black people was getting mad at him, but he was telling the truth. It was black people, and they were talking about separating themselves, going off somewhere to live by themselves. So he got up and he asked them the question. He said, how many of you here know how to slaughter an animal? How many of you here know self-defense? And he asks a bunch of questions. And the answer to that is few or none at all. So how are you going to totally disconnect and survive when you don't know nothing about survival? We need to think about survival and do something about surviving. We can't just say, well, we're not going to be involved, but we're not going to do anything. You got to do something. And there's nothing wrong with that, according to Yahuwah's word. Yes, indeed, it has, Akut. It has brought out some crazy stuff and exposed some crazy people. Now, you know what happened? I interact with the public on a daily basis. And I interact with people from all over the country. And I meet some interesting people. Yesterday at work, a white man came in, young man, came into the office. He was there to pick up a shipment. And when he walked in, he didn't see me. I didn't see him. I just spoke. I greeted him. I said, good afternoon, how are you? And he told me how great he was doing. But then I stepped to the window to speak now to him directly, to get his information and to, look up the order in the system. And the moment he saw my face, his whole attitude changed, his demeanor changed. And I was trying to get from him a pickup number, because you need that when you come to get a shipment. And he was unwilling. He had some numbers in his book, and they were the wrong numbers. And I was trying to explain to him those weren't the numbers, and they should. If you check your Qualcomm, you should see another number. And that was too hard for him to do. He was getting more and more agitated. But it wasn't getting agitated at that. It was getting agitated at my presence and my position. And it got so bad, as I'm giving him safety instructions, he said, you know what, man, this is just too much. This is too much instructions. I'm going to call my dispatcher, because I'm not even going to take this load. So, because he's angry at me being there, so he left out to call his dispatch. Then they told him, so I called and I told the people that plan the shipments, that's in charge of planning our shipments, I told them because of his attitude and the fact that he obviously has a problem with me giving him instructions that needs to be given. I told them, please recover that shipment because I will not be loading it on this driver. So I told them that. They told his dispatch told him to go ahead and take the load. So now he comes back in after he told me he's not taking it because it's too much instructions. He's just angry. Now he will come back in because they told him he need to go ahead and take the load. And I had to break the news to him. Listen, sir, you won't be getting loaded. Because the policy is here. The policy here is that these are the instructions and you must be willing to follow them. And you have stated that it's too much. So you won't be getting loaded. I made him more angry. In the end, he couldn't do nothing but walk out. But you have people out there who think that because of the color of your skin, you shouldn't be in certain position. You should only make a few pennies, and the list goes on. There are a lot of people. 45% of the American population feel that way. Millions of people out there like that. So if you're not going to be involved in the system, you better be willing to take some drastic steps. And that's where I leave that. All right. Now, family, we're going to prepare to take a break, and then we're going to come back. We're going to go to the book of Mashali. I see your flag. Akut Shar, please go ahead, Akut.
Shabbat Shalom, Mashpaka, can that be heard?
Yes, you can, Akut. Shabbat Shalom.
Okay, all praises to Yahuah. Okay, you said we're getting ready to take a break.
Yes.
I suppose I can ask this question when we come back.
Oh, you
I just don't want to. I can ask now?
Yes.
Well, it's getting off the topic here, so if you deem it necessary that we go into it, that's fine. But if you say, oh, we can talk about it after break or what have you, that's fine too. Okay. It has to do with the book of Enoch, chapter 9, verses 9, I believe, 9 or 10. And it talks about, can I read it?
Yes.
I have it. Okay, let me read it really quick. Okay, let's see. I'm going to start with, let's see. I'm going to start at verse 9, and it reads, Thus had the whole earth been filled with blood and with iniquity. And now behold, the souls of who are dead cry out. Who are dead cry out, and complain even to the gate of Shamayim. Their groaning ascends, nor can they escape from the unrighteousness which is committed on earth or Arats. You know all things before they exist. You know these things and what has been done by them, yet you do not speak to us. What on an account of these things ought we to do to them? Now my question is mainly, I think 10, where it says, and now behold, the souls of those who are dead cry out. Then I read into, then I go back to Tahalim, Ecclesiastics, John or Yehukadan, and again to another Tahalim, and it speaks about how the dead cannot hear nor praise Yahuah. So can you explain that verse to me, if you will, if you want to now or later?
Okay. I want to pull it up on the screen and go over it again because it's been some time since I've read through that text. So let me go over it again, Akut, and I'll respond to it when we come back.
Okay, Tuda, the key, and Tuda for allowing me to take the mic.
Yes.
Shabbat shalom, everybody.
And yes, you're welcome, Dakut. And to again, that was chapter 9, and it was chapter 9. But the verses, what verses were they again, Akut? Remind me, please.
Chapter 9, and the main verse was 9, but I started at, I think 7 or 8, but 9 and 10, the main one being 9, and then 10, you should probably have to read that right behind that.
Yes.
So, okay.
Tuda Rabba. Yes, go ahead, please, Aki Dela Yahu. Go ahead, please, Aki.
Thanks, Aki. I won't keep it too long
No
for this
problem,
break.
Aki.
I want to ask a question. My wife came home today from a domestic violence walk, and she was in company of a couple of her old church buddies, and they're starting to see the deception and the ways, the un-Yahuah ways of the church, and how the upper management is being ran. So their eyes starting to open about the corruption. But there was a female that was accompanied with them, and she's feeling some resentment from the church now, as part of being a part of like the choir and stuff like that, because she's not bisexual, but she's gay. So she's at the point where she asked my wife, well, if the church feels this way about me, then where do I go? And my wife was kind of puzzled, in the response, and she didn't really give her a clear response. And when she told me about it, really, it's like, okay, do we accept them? But we can't accept them like that, because if we do, it'd be no different in the church. So how do we answer that? And can you give me some clarity on that, to be able to enlighten myself, as well as to be enlighten other people about our position? Well, not our position, but like what to tell them. Like, do we just tell them that no, y'all just are hopeless, y'all just hopeless, and it's an abomination to them? Or what? Like, where do they go? Like, what do they do if they like the salvation? But if you're not going to change, because the word is supposed to change, if you're not looking to change, then is there a place in Yasharah for you? Basically, it's my question. And I release the mic to you, Aki.
Tuda, great question, Aki, and an important one. So if somebody should approach me with such a question, the question to them would be, first and foremost, do you recognize that the homosexual lifestyle is against the word of Yahuah? Now, if they recognize that it's wrong, and they say, well, I know that it's wrong, but this has been a struggle for me. It's been it's this desire that I have, but I don't want to be this way, and I'm seeking to fight it, right? Now, from that perspective, and before I go any further, and let me just say this, because I see people in Yasharah who, when you look at the things they say about a homosexual person, you get the view that from the door, if somebody is an homosexual, you should just stone them to death from the door. And I don't believe that that's the way Yahuah approaches the situation, because there is not a person, because at the end of the day, whether it be the homosexual, or it be the thief, or it be the murderer, at the end of the day, we all are transgressors of Yahuah's word if we're functioning. If we're breaking his instruction, going against his instruction, we transgress, and ultimately every transgressor deserves death. So some people like to make themselves better than the homosexual, and so I deserve to live, but the homosexual I deserve a chance, but the homosexual deserves no chance. Should not be asked any question. You know he's a homosexual, kill him. That's some people's attitude. Again, I don't believe that's Yahuwah's attitude, and I don't believe that that should be our attitude. And so, dealing with somebody like that, I'd need to know, okay, where are you at with it? Are you seeking to justify it, to say that, you know, it is right? Well, after all, I was born this way, so it must be right. Okay, well, let's see. How is it right when the Creator says, do you believe in the word of Yahuwah? Do you, first of all, believe in His word? And in His word, He says that everything that He creates, He puts seed in it to bring forth seed according to its kind. So being a homosexual, you, a man laying with another man or a woman laying with another woman, can you bring forth seed after your kind? You see, if you can't bring forth seed after your kind, then there is something wrong with your behavior. Besides the fact that Yahuwah makes it totally clear that it's wrong, but even that should tell you that there is something wrong with your behavior. Because it's not the intent of Yahuwah for two things of the same kind to come together in that way. Because the purpose of coming together is for procreation. And there is no procreation in that. Okay, so I need to understand if that person believes that Yahuwah's word is what it is and should be obeyed. And then the other thing, I need to know if they think that it's okay, or if they want to continue to live this way, or are they seeking to change? If they're seeking to change, which means then that they're seeking to deny their flesh and the desires of their flesh, then there is room. We have to give them time, right? Just like all of us in our walk. And what that means is, no, you're not going to come up in here with somebody talking about this. So you're a man talking about, you know, this my boyfriend or this my husband. Or you a woman talking about this my girlfriend or this my wife. You know, we're going to fellowship together. You know, we're seeking to change, but in the meantime, you know, we want to continue as a couple as, you know, change come about. No. Seeking to change means that from the door you're going to separate yourselves. You see? So the first sign that you're seeking to change is that you're seeking to distance yourself from that behavior. All right, now for the person struggling with that, their temptation, they're tempted just as the person who might be struggling with pornography, or the person who might be struggling with lying, or the person who might be struggling with gossiping, or the person who might be struggling with whatever. They're going to be tempted just as the one struggling with any other sin is going to be tempted. So you can't bang them, you can't bash them because they're being tempted in what the enemy knows is appealing to them. You just got to seek to help them through Yahuwah's word and encourage them as they seek to turn to Yahuwah and turn away from that lust and that corrupt way of living. But if they truly desire change, then we got to be patient with them, and we got to understand that Yahuwah desire for them to change. The problem don't come in because they're homosexuals. The problem comes in when they want to justify their homosexual ways. That's where the problem comes in. Okay? And so that would be my approach, Aki. Yes.
That would be my objective.
Okay, Aki,
Yes, Aki.
thank you for clearing that up. That really gives me some insight to that whole thing. To the praise Yahuwah. I have one more thing. I have that's a concern. Since my awakening, I think now it's probably at about almost 6 months. Um, we haven't been immersed properly in the true name. And I remember, I think one time before you said that you don't know when your next immersion going to be as far as you performing it. And I don't know anyone in South Carolina that does it. I think one time you said something about we can immerse ourselves or something like that. Or if not, when do you think, how do we go about being immersed if we don't have anyone to immerse us locally or anything like
Yes. Like you're in South Carolina, which isn't very far from me. But even still, given my limited amount of time, that can be quite a challenge. But you're in. Oh, and I didn't realize that Akut Sharia is in North Carolina. Wow, not very far. That's I'm thinking the two states. One is about 6 hours. The other is about 8 hours. But of course, depending on where in the state you are. But yeah, not very far away. But you know, the reason why I've been holding off on the immersions is because the family. I know the family has been going through some challenging financial time. When I say the family, I mean the family of Yasharal here. I've been going through some challenging times, and we're so scattered that traveling for immersion is a significant expense. The last immersion that we had, I know that it cost my family. It was a significant expense, and it was a significant expense for everybody else. So it's not easy to do financially. And the other thing too, when you have to be back to get to work, and you have to travel for several hours, many hours, you know, either you're going to lose more time from work, again impacting you financially, and you know, plus just or you're going to be just unsafely tired going to work after driving back. But I would like for us to do an immersion soon. I was thinking this year of Washington, D.C., try to make it somewhat centralized. Not centralized enough when you consider all the places that the family here, you know, where we're located. But I was thinking of Washington, D.C. That Washington is for me, I guess maybe 5-6 hours maybe from where I'm at. But that's what I was thinking of, you know. For Aki Franklin, it would be 15 hours. Um, uh, that yeah. So it's really challenging coming up with a location that's workable for everyone. But I'd like for us to do an immersion. You know, so going to the question of immersing yourself, immersion. We see in the scriptures where individuals immerse themselves. They were sent to immerse themselves. We see that on more than one occasion in the scriptures. We see where, for example, with Al-Yahu, the prophet Al-Yahu, when that soldier came to him, you know, and he had leprosy, one of the things he had to do was he was told to go and to dip himself 7 times in the Jordan. and that's immersion. He was sending him to immerse himself. We see when the messenger of Yahuah, which in the book of Yahu or somewhere, when the messenger would touch the water at the pool of Shalom. The pool of Shalom was for immersions, and the messenger of Yahuah would come and he would touch the water, and then he would tell the people to get in, to immerse themselves. You see, the messenger was there, but the people had to get in and dip themselves to be healed. You see, so we see examples in the scriptures of people immersing themselves, being sent. You see, to immerse themselves in the name of Yahuah. So we see that, but overall and nonetheless, it's everything, you know, that's in preferably if I have the choice, I'd rather be immersed in the company of the assembly, you know, but there's nothing against if you have to immersing yourself, you see. You know, immersion is a dipping. That's what immersion is. When we do immersion, generally we would, you know, lay you back in the sense of putting you under the water, picking you up, laying you backwards, symbolic of dying, you know, to your old self, being resurrected. That's why I normally do immersion that way. It doesn't have to be done that way. It's a matter of being dipped in the water. So you can dip yourself in the water, you know, you know, but that's what immersion is. So Aki, you know, if I would like to get some feedback again from the family, see if maybe next year, once the weather breaks, if we can plan an immersion. We can work at planning it. It'd be a great opportunity for us to come together again in the flesh. It'd be wonderful. Last time we were together, it was wonderful. It really was. It really was. We were in Georgia, and it was just, it was really, really good. It was tiring driving to and driving back, but the time spent with family was really, really great. Yeah.
Aki?
Yes, go ahead, Aki.
I have a dumb question, but I was told only the dumb questions is the ones you don't have. I mean, the ones you don't ask.
Yeah.
If I had a old pastor at the church that recognizes the true name and has no problem in saying that name, would it be the same if they was to baptize? Well, not I want to say, but immerse me in that name. Or is that still kind of contradictory because they still use the other name on Sundays and stuff like that?
Yeah, it would be contradictory because now you know what it is. It's like hiring. It's like hiring Balak. You see, Balak knew Yahuah, knew the name of Yahuah, but he was a prophet for hire. So depending on his audience, and he decide whether he's gonna esteem Baal, or he's going to esteem Yahuah, you know. So that would be a prophet for hire, and the prophet for hire is called a hireling. He's not committed to anything or anyone, you know. He's all about himself. So no, that wouldn't be good, Aki. Yes, indeed. All right. Aki Matat Yahoo, please go ahead, Aki. I'm sorry.
No problem, Aki. Yeah, that the next year for the immerse sounds great. I should be downrange. I'll be back home.
Oh, praise Yahuah.
Yeah, March next year.
Okay.
So, and my wedding anniversary is May the 9th. So I'm trying to see how we're gonna work things out. We've been married for 30 years.
Congratulations,
Wow,
Aki.
congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. To that.
Yes, indeed.
A few things we want to get immersed under the proper name of Yahuwah, and we want to renew our wedding vows under Yahuwah.
Praise Yahuwah.
And yeah, praise Yahuwah. And another thing is we never talked about burial. Right now, I always, when I came to know who Yahuwah was, I said, I was talking to some friends. I never said nothing to my Shah, but I do not want no heathen speaking over me. If I have to pass away before Yahuwah return, I don't want no heathen coming out of Christianity talking that foolishness over me and whatever else they got going on in that the doggone mad places. So the only thing is the only one we got right now is you. So, I have to get you on higher on that one.
Yes, well, you don't have to hire me a key, but and if I go, I know we'll have you and the other brothers, but I don't want no heathen talking over me. Yeah.
I'm off the mic, Key.
All right. To the. Yeah, because everything they say and do is contradictory to the ways of Yahuwah. And another thing, family, burial according to the way of Yahuwah is a whole lot cheaper than the way of this world, and a whole lot cheaper and proper and more proper for the environment, proper for if according to Yahuwah's word, just right in every way. According to the scriptures, we return to the earth, to the dust from which we came. You're wrapped. You're not put in a box, but you're wrapped. You're spiced. Fragranted. And wrapped and returned to the earth. That's burial according to Yahuwah's word. You see, yes, indeed, I certainly don't want to be subjected to that. My body subjected to that either, Aki. So I can absolutely relate. Yep. Today it's about money. Yep, indeed, it's a ripoff. All right. Oh, what else? Yep. What else? Okay. We're gonna reserve Akut Sharia's question till we come back. Amazingly, we've been going quite some time here. It's 5 p.m. already. We're gonna take a break, family, and then we're gonna come back. Okay. I'm gonna put a video on the board. During the break. I think the Facebook broadcast stopped itself. I think it's been going so long. I think it stopped itself. But so we're going to take a break here, family, and then we will be seeing you after the break. To the family on YouTube, we're going to start a new broadcast, a new live stream when we come back. Okay. If Facebook is still active, because it's limited as to how much time it allows it to run. But if Facebook is still active and you're joining us from Facebook, we will see you after the break. In the meantime, Fuse will remain open, and I'm going to just play some videos from our YouTube page during the break. So family, looking forward to seeing you after the break. Last week during the break, I started playing the lesson we did on Mount Sinai. I think I'll continue to let that play during the break. Okay, so I'll be seeing you after the break. And for the family on Fuse, the room will remain open and the video will play. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and stop the broadcast. Facebook actually just timed out. I'm gonna